Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here at the Co-op Community Complex. We are looking forward to a great day of motorsports action after awesome racing yesterday. 49 races on the card yesterday and 43 today. We're going to start it off with race number 1, the Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint class. Manitoba. The 43 is Carson Peterson from Lancaster. The 916 is Harrison Lefevre from Hibbing, Minnesota. And on the number 59, this is Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota on a 2020 Johnson chassis. This race scheduled for 5 laps. Your leaders into turn number 1 and 2 now, as we race our first race of the day, race number 2, Pro Champ 440. Race 3, the same, as is race number 4. So if you're in the Pro Champ 440 class, we need you to staging immediately. Welcome once again to everybody here at the Co-op Community Complex. Racing down the front straightaway, Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing looking real good on that 2007 wall chassis. Wall Brothers Racing chassis, of course, built in Greenbush, Minnesota, not too far from Beausejour here. They do a good job in the ice bowl. There is the number 60 passing the start-finish line. That's Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve. The 59 is second right now. That is Hunter Johnson out of Drayton. Harrison Lefevre, the leader. Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, second right now in this 5-lap race. Riley Baker on the front straightaway is our head flagman, in charge down there. White flag being displayed. One more to go for Lefevre as the 59 tries to close the gap. Third spot, the 53, Alyssa Augusta, is out of Stead, Manitoba. That's a Hool chassis. Good-looking number 43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster. That is a 2023 Brian Burkle chassis. I know Burkle, he's from Greenbush. Good guy. Checkered flag is out. Your winner is Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing. 5900 Johnson in the second spot out of Drayton, North Dakota. Good start to the day in the Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint class. There is the 60 and the 43 coming across. The 60, of course, Braxton Cassidy, and the 43, Carson Peterson out of Lancaster. On to Pro Champ 440. We'll tell you a little bit about what happened throughout the day here in yesterday's USSA ProStar Cup event. That was the finale for the 2022-23 season. Blaine Stevenson on the 102, your USSA points champion for the year, winning 5 of 6 races. Of course, there were 8 scheduled. 2 were canceled, but won 5 of 6 after Gunnar Stern, after taking checkers yesterday, came in a little light on the scale. So the win was given to Blaine Stevenson on the 102. All right, we'll bring you the lineup here momentarily in the Pro Champ Heat number 1. First one of the day. All right, and here is that lineup. Race 2 on the day, race number 1, heat number 1 for the Pro Champ 440. The number 1 is Griffin Lepak out of Hartford, Wisconsin. This is a 2022 Arctic Cat. And riding the 87 out of Drayton, North Dakota, Johnson Racing chassis, this is Madison Phillips out of Drayton on the number 87. Keep your eyes on this guy. He's been pretty quick this weekend. Tyler Obie is out of Beausejour on the number 21. That is a 2018 Skidoo. And G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois will start on the Red Bull Skidoo number 220. The 233 will be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. And Matt is on a 2020 Polaris. And out of Beausejour, Manitoba, a local, the 26 is Quinn Whitechuck on a 2023 Skidoo. Sam Glure is on the 91 out of Beausejour on a 2012 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. And Will Garceau is out of Wisconsin on the number 31 on a 2022 Perry. All right. We would like to give a big shout out rather to the Crook family from Keewatin, Ontario. They are watching online on our YouTube channel, our CPTC Racing YouTube channel, and of course cooldown.tv is bringing you all the action online. So welcome to all of you online as well for a great day of motorsports here at Co-op Community Complex. All right, the riders are now in turn number 4, getting ready. If you're in race number 3 on the day, that is, of course, the next race, Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 2. You need to be in staging right now. Race 4 also will be Pro Champ, so be ready. We're going to run this day very quickly here today. Staff here is excellent in making the races go as quickly as possible. As our first race of Pro Champ 440s goes right now, Race 43 at the end of the day will be the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship race. They will qualify here throughout the day. Some of the best riders in the world right here today on this front straightaway as we get set to go. Here we go. Great start for the 220 of G-Money Gunner Stern. Oh, heads up, we got a rider down, or 2 or 3. A big tangle up in turn number 1 and 2, and we'll try to get you the report from the corner just as soon as we can. That happened right off the starting line, of course. They went into turn 1 and 2. The 220 of Gunner Stern with the whole shot got through extremely clean, but several other riders unfortunately did not. So we will have a look over there and try to get you an update just as soon as possible. All right, just a reminder, some housekeeping to take care of. We have some great sponsors that have helped to make this possible. Of course, FXR, a huge sponsor, Westside Honda, along with Sobetsky Enterprises. Great folks help make this place work each and every year. Don't forget, the Knights of Columbus have their 50-50 draw going in the Moose Den. That is our beer garden. Pick yourself up a 50-50 ticket. You can't win if you're not in, so grab those 50-50 tickets here today, and we'll be back with you in just a little bit with a report from turn number 1 and 2, our first crash of the day, race 2, Pro Champ 440. Well, the fog's certainly rolling in pretty heavy here right now in Beausejour as we tend to the situation in turn 1 and 2. It's very difficult to even see over there right now. It has been in and out throughout the morning here and pretty clear at the start of that race, but again, it has rolled back in, so we will have a little bit of a delay here, and we'll keep you posted. As I find out what happens, I will let everybody know. (91, 26, 31), and the one of Griffin Lepak involved over in turn 1 and 2. We're told all the riders banged up a bit, but okay. So that is very good news from turn 1 and 2. Now, we are going to take some time with this fog to clean that up and put the bales back, so we will have a brief delay. Don't forget, over at the Moose Den, that is the beer garden, we have a full line of CPTC promo wear available, so do check that out. You can get your 50-50 tickets over at the Knights of Columbus booth at the beer garden. And also check out the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone. That's lots of fun for the kids. All right, the word from turn one is they're getting it cleaned up. We are going to have, of course, a little bit of a delay here just due to weather. Nothing we can control. We tried to get the big fans going to blow the fog out, but I don't think we're going to win that battle. So we are going to take a brief delay. So get on over to the concession area. Try one of those delicious cheeseburgers. Local food here from Broken Head Sausage. So do check it out and check out the beer garden as well. We'll give you a 5 or 3 minute warning when we're going to get back to going racing here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome once again here to the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. Of course, the fog a little heavy after a crash in turn number 1 and 2 in the Pro Champ class. So what we're going to do is we're going to back up our opening ceremonies just a little bit here today. So we're going to bring out the vintage sledges for you. Still waiting for a couple of dignitaries to arrive. We're scheduled for noon, and it is a little bit early, so we do want to get these opening ceremonies out of the way while the weather is unfavorable, and then once the weather turns, then we can certainly get back to real racing. So we're going to go a little bit early with opening ceremonies, bring the vintage sleds out, give you something to look at. There's some real cool machinery coming out of the pits right now, and we will get going soon with opening ceremonies and our anthems and get racing at the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Snakeskin shoes, baby, put them on your feet.
Away here on the big half mile as we get set to go a little early on our opening ceremonies, originally scheduled for 12 p.m. We have one race completed so far on the day. That was the Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint class. We are a couple of minutes away from opening ceremonies. Take a look at all these cool vintage sleds. Wow, some beautifully restored machinery down here. And welcome to Beausejour and the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship right here on the big half-mile oval. We've got a great show planned for you today. Yesterday's racing was absolutely stupendous, and more of the same planned here today on a great day for motorsports in Beausejour. We've got a few very important people we need to talk to before we start this important event. The first one I would like to introduce is Mr. Wayne Owasco, Minister of Education and Childhood Learning. Wayne.
Thanks, Darren, and good morning, everyone. It's still morning. What a great day for racing here in Beausejour. I know yesterday we had even more sunshine than that, a warm hospitality here in Beausejour, Broken Head. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming out today to enjoy some incredibly great racing. To all the racers and competitors, have a safe competition. And of course, hats off to Mr. Reed Baker and his board and the countless volunteers who come together each and every year. And I know these people have come together since the beginning of December to start making this incredible complex what it is. I would also like to bring some greetings on behalf of our MP, Mr. James Bazan, who's en route somewhere between Lockport and Beausejour. He's our MP for Selkirk, Interlake, and Eastman, and he should be here shortly. I would also like to just mention a couple very important people that are with us here today as well. And actually, Mr. Mike Luco has been with us for quite some time, and he's definitely a great supporter of the CPTC. Mr. Mike Luco right here with the camera. He's been filming for over 60 years and never misses. So a big round of applause for Mr. Mike Luco. Next to him is his daughter Connie Luco, who's the 1970 Canadian Power Toboggan champion. So Connie, give a big wave and thanks for attending today. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say one more thing to Mr. Reed Baker and to the rest of his board. They put in countless hours, not only here at the track, but also filling in grant applications and all of that. And I'm proud to be part of a government that has put well over $500,000, over $500,000 into this great complex that helps us year round. So enjoy your time in Beausejour Broken Head. Hats off to the racers. Look at all these incredible sleds. Thanks for everybody coming out today. Hopefully you make it all back to the pits. Enjoy the rest of your day. I know that we've got the hospitality in Beausejour Broken Head it's second to none. Next, I'm going to introduce His Worship, Mr. Ray Sherrill, the Mayor of Beausejour, to bring some greetings.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Beausejour. Amazing how, again, we got a little bit of this because of weather, but it's amazing how this whole thing's here. On behalf of the town of Beausejour, I'd like to welcome you all here, all our race fans, the racers. A big shout out to all our sponsors. There's been a lot of changes in this facility over the last year, and it's all due to the hard work of the directors and Reed and what they're doing here to change and make this even a better facility than it already is. This is a world-class facility right here in Beausejour, and it's something to be very, very proud of. It's the only facility in all of Canada and all of the U.S. It's 100% volunteer run, and hundreds of volunteers that work here every year to make this happen. So, again, on behalf of the town of Beausejour, hats off to Reed, all the volunteers, the board of directors, all the hard work that's been done here, and thank you for 61 years of racing here in Beausejour, and hopefully we'll see you all here next year. Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Reeve Saluk.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Ray Sherrill. On behalf of the municipality of Broken Head, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you here to the 61st annual running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships at the Co-op Community Complex. It's great to see this many people out here this weekend. It's good to see that the efforts of the volunteers have not gone unwaved here. When you see a volunteer, please thank him for all the efforts, because when they leave this event this weekend, they're planning for next year's event already. So it's countless hours that get put into this facility to make the show as great as it is here. Thank you to the racers that come from far and wide. I wish you much success this weekend, and please hope you get home safe and sound. I have been told that the reason why the safety of this race is because of the track maintenance crew back over there right now. They have told me that I have to thank them, otherwise I'm going to get a kick when I get back there. So thank you very much. I hope to see you here back in December. Stay safe. And Reed Baker, president of the CPTC.
Thank you, Brad. I'd like to thank all the spectators for coming out to Beausejour on a foggy morning. It's not perfect visibility, but we're going to work with what we got. That's why we moved opening ceremonies up a little early, and we're going to get back to some great racing right away. I'd also like to thank all my fellow directors and volunteers. They make my life a lot easier by picking up a lot of the slack around here. And thirdly, I'd also like to thank our sponsors. I'm sure you guys have recognized lots of the branding and signage around the facility. These businesses obviously see a lot of potential in this facility and our community, and they are willing to invest big dollars in here. So I'd like to thank them very much as well. Like Brad was saying, I want to thank the track maintenance crew, especially the grader operators. Yesterday was very warm, and with a soft track, it can get pretty rough pretty quick. And the grader operators were able to really finesse it. I don't think I've ever got so many compliments from racers on the quality of the track when it was that warm out, because I think a lot of other places it would have been quite a bit rougher. So thanks to them as well. I just want to wish all the racers good luck today and have safe racing. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, thanks very much, Reed Baker, and the rest of all these vintage racers out here. We've got a great day planned for you, but first, we are broadcasting live on our CPTC Racing YouTube channel. Chris Seymour from Cool Down TV is right there in the grandstand, so before we go to our anthems, he's going to pan the crowd with his camera. I want you all to wave at the camera right there. Chris is in the FXR gear. Let's give everybody across North America and the world a big Beausejour send-off. We've got a great 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship ready to go. Next up, we will go with our national anthems. Today's national anthems will be sung by Cohen Sieg. Please rise for the playing and singing of the American and Canadian national anthems.
Oh, say, can you see by dawn's early light? Oh, sorry about that. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thanks very much, Cohen C. Great job on the anthems as we get set to go with our 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Wow, what a crowd. What a great shot for the folks on the World Wide Web. Thanks for waving and telling the world that we're here to do some serious racing business in Beausejour this weekend. Of course, the USSA ProStar Cup finished now as of yesterday, with Blaine Stevenson taking the win on the 102 5 of 6 races and the USSA ProStar Cup Championship. Our vintage sleds are firing up on the front straightaway. Man, is there some cool stuff down there. Wow. Just looked at a beautiful TXL 340. Among many, many other beautiful sleds down there, they have done some marvelous work. Thanks for coming out to all of our vintage sleds, and looking forward to seeing you next year here back in March at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Brokenhead Fire Department with us, of course. Good looking rigs on the front straightaway. As our vintage sleds head off to the pit area, we are going to resume race number 2 in the Pro Champ class. We did get one race in on the day. That was the Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint class. There's our Manitoba Mini Sled Racing Association. They'll be competing on the other side of the back straightaway. All right, we're going to get the recovery sled. We do have, well, no, I think it fired up. I think we've got everybody off the front straightaway almost this year. One left, but I see the headlight, so I think it's running. There it is. It is running. All right, we got them all off. No assistance. That's awesome. All right, so we're going to resume racing in the Pro Champ class. That's race number 2 on your schedule. Quickly go through the lineup once again. Now, we'll have to see who appears at the starting line after that first turn crash, but I'll go through the original lineup and then we'll confirm them as they come to the line. Original lineup, race 2, Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. The 1, Griffin Lepak out of Hartford, Wisconsin. The 87 is Madison Phillips from Drayton. 21 is Tyler Obie. The 220, Gunnar Stern G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. The 233 is Matt Bennett from New London, Wisconsin. 26, Quinn Whitechuck from Beausejour. The 91, Sam Glure, also out of Beausejour. And out of Wisconsin on the 2022 Perry chassis, Will Garceau on the number 31. That was your original starting lineup in our second race of the day. First one in the Pro Champ 440. We will see who comes back to the line when we resume race number 2. Generally, we race 10 races already. And we would do opening ceremonies, but we did start a little bit early, of course, due to the fog and the crash. So great response by everybody at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships to slip that opening ceremonies in as quickly as we could during the fog, and now we can go racing all day. Many thanks to Wayne Owasco, Ray Sherrill, the mayor of Beausejour, Brad Saluk, and Reed Baker for speaking during the opening ceremonies. Those guys put a lot of time and effort in this place. So do our volunteers, and it is why this is the premier racetrack on the circuit. Thanks to Cohen Sieg for singing our anthems as well, and thanks to all of you for coming out here today to enjoy the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. It is going to be a great day, brought to you by FXR. All right, what's going on around the facility? Well, we have the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone available to the kids. Do check that out. Also, the Moose Den for the adults. That is the beer garden. Get on over there and get yourself an ice-cold moose head. You can watch the races on the big screen. I think that's in operation today. We will have a freestyle snowcross demonstration for you a couple of times at the intermissions. We'll let you know about that. You can see the launch ramp to your left if you're sitting in the grandstands by the FXR banner. The steel launch ramp, the inflatable landing ramp is, well, not inflated right now, but you can see it right on the other side of the checkered flag and the start-finish line. So some pretty good stuff in freestyle snowcross yesterday here, and we're looking for more of the same. A couple of really talented riders, Dan Schaefer and Mike Poirier, going to be our freestyle snowcross demonstrators today. So lots of motorsports action. You can also visit the Cobra Enterprises Pits area. That is the Cobra Pit, of course, and get on over. There's a little booth over past turn 1. There's an admission charge. It is nominal, but you can get into the pit area and see how it's really done here on the big half-mile oval. Lots of preparation throughout the day going on in the pits, and these riders are serious. This is a big one, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, one of the biggest events in the world for ice oval. All right. All right. Well, we are here with James Bazan, MP of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, and he has joined us up here in the announcer's tower. Welcome, James, and I know you have a couple of words to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to wish everyone a happy national championships here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, something that's been going on forever, and I can tell you that this is something that we're incredibly proud of here in Beausejour and throughout the entire riding. This only happens because, one, we have these amazing competitors that come from across the country and down in the United States that always come to race here. We have these amazing sponsors that always step up to make sure that we can put on the show. But this only happens because we have an incredible group of volunteers right here in Beausejour, Broken Head, that put this on year in and year out. And some of these guys have been doing it for decades. And so a big shout out to all the volunteers, big shout out to all the competitors, and thank you for all the people that have come to watch and enjoy this wonderful weekend right here in our beautiful Beausejour. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, James Bazan. In fact, a couple of minutes ago, we told you that this did start early. James was actually in Lockport and stepped on the gas pedal to get here. So thanks very much, James Bazan, for making it here. We're still early, as a matter of fact, and you still made it. So thanks very much as we get set to go with race number 2, the Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 1. 5 laps will be the distance. We went through the lineup, and we'll see who will reappear. Race 3 will be another Pro Champ 440 race, as will race number 4. So if you're in a Pro Champ class, you need to see where you are and get into staging just as soon as possible, please. Race 5 will be the Pro Formula 500. This will be round 4, heat number 1, continuing from yesterday. Race 6, another Pro Formula 500 race, as will be race number 7. Race 8 will be Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid. That will be a final for 5 laps. Race 9 will be the Sportsman 600s on the schedule, and Race 10, Outlaw 600s, round 3 for 5 laps. That is the roll-caged snowmobiles. Look a bit like a dirt track sprint car, run a 600cc engine, about 130 or so horsepower, and do about 80 miles an hour. So if you've never seen an Outlaw 600, you're going to see them today. Pretty cool story. They were developed back in 2012 in the United States of America, but they actually did their very first official race right here in Beausejour many years ago. They've been a little bit spotty in their appearance, back and forth in Beausejour, but here's the thing, here's the cool thing. They are now part of that USSA Points Series, so next December here in Beausejour, if they want to run for national points, they have to come to Beausejour. So we will likely see the Outlaw 600s here next December, as it is part of that USSA Points Series now. So it's great to see the Outlaws. They are pretty cool, and you can see them in the pit area right now if you want to take a walk over there. Concession area is open, serving delicious food. The cheeseburgers there are awesome. Patty's from Broken Head Sausage right across the road there, so you know it's good if it's local. We will resume racing here momentarily right here in Beausejour. One heat 1, and we will be down a few sleds, I am sure, as a result of that earlier crash. Race 3 Pro Champ 440 will follow after this race number 2. In that race 3, Matt Zalai, Travis McDonald, Justin Peterson, Jordan Sobetsky, Blaine Stevenson, Matt Gady, Danique Lambert, and Calvin Cook scheduled to appear in race 3. So if you just heard your name, you should be in staging. All right, riders assembling now over in the area of turn number 4. That is our staging area on track. So they have been given the signal now to come to the start-finish line. And our head flagman, Riley Baker. Madison Phillips, 87 is there. 21 of Obi, the 220 of Stern, and the 233 of Matt Bennett out of New London. So we are down to 4 here as a result of that earlier crash in turn number 1 and 2 that collected several sleds. So this will be a 5-lap race, round 1, heat 1, Pro Champ 440. And look at the start for Gunnar Stern. G-Money Gunnar Stern in a great big hurry heading down the back straightaway and pulling away from the field here. Race 2 on the track of 43 on the day. Gunnar Stern led the entire race yesterday in the Pro Champ class for the USSA ProStar Cup. Almost photo finish with the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Gunnar Stern had some issue, which turned out to be engine trouble, and narrowly got across the finish line before Blaine Stevenson, but then at the weigh scale was 5 pounds light, we're told. So Blaine Stevenson was awarded the win. As the green flag continues here on the front straightaway. Matt Bennett in the second spot, but a distant second to G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Stern can really get the job done here in Beausejour and has proved it many, many times over the years. Very, very competitive rider. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois is a 4-time TLR Cup champion, a CPTC champion. Started racing many years ago on Mini Z's, sponsored by Red Bull, Skidoo, FXR, and Woody's. And not much question about that one. The 220 wins it going away. 233 in the second spot is Matt Bennett. The 21 Tyler Obi is third. 87 will be fourth. That is Madison Phillips out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2020 Johnson Racing chassis. Hello to everyone in the World Wide Web land watching on our CPTC Racing YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying the races so far. We're 2 races in now of 43 on the day, as we get set to go with race number 3 on your schedule for those of you in the grandstands. Race 3 will be Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat 2, also for 5 laps. The 370 is out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba on an Arctic Cat. This is Matt Zalai. And riding the number 8 out of Lockport, Manitoba. This is a 2020 Skidoo. The veteran is the number 8, and that is none other than Travis McDonald. Travis McDonald, sponsored by Skidoo, Servpro, FXR, Bennett's Marine, Ryback's Custom Machine, and Dayco. Third at the USSA ProStar Cup this year. Now, he's won Saturdays and Sundays here in Beausejour, except the big one. He'll be looking for that today. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, going real fast yesterday. The 24, Jordan Sobetsky, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. He is the USSA reigning champion. Wrapped it up yesterday on the Wall Brothers 102. Keep your eyes on Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota on the number 28. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a Skidoo. And Calvin Cook rounds out the field on a Wall chassis. Calvin Cook on the bright blue number 75 on the outside. Getting ready to go Pro Champ racing. Here we go. Good start for the 102 and the 39. What a battle. 39 on the outside. The 102 dropping to the second spot, and now Stevenson has company as they head into turn number 3. Peterson, McDonald, and Stevenson, 1, 2, 3 so far on lap number 1. 39X of Justin Peterson has been very quick this weekend here. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, a 30-year-old rider, second in Wausau. Competed on the entire circuit, and he is sponsored by Skidoo, Studboy, Accelerated Technologies, and Load Off Septic. What a race in the top 3 here. $99 miles per hour on the previous circuit. They are hauling the mail. Lane Stevenson on the 102, following along, trying to catch the leader. Travis McDonald on the 8 right there as well. That is your top 3. Coming towards the checkered flag now, it's going to be the 39X of Peterson, Stevenson, McDonald, and Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Sobetsky takes 5th on the Sobetsky Enterprises number 24. Pretty good racing there in the Pro Champ class. It is anybody's guess who is going to win race number 43 today and the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Well, just looking at Jordan Sobetsky coming across the line, 19-year-old rider out of Beausejour. Ended up 3rd in the Central Minnesota Pond Racing Series, actually tied for 2nd, but ended up 3rd due to I guess the way they rank wins or losses or finishes or overall points, but tied for 2nd, but ended up 3rd. Started at age 4 in the Manitoba Mini Sled Racing Association, so obviously been racing for 15 years. Sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue and Sobetsky Enterprises. All right, race 4 already here. Look at that. Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat number 3 for 5 laps. Looks like this. The 35 is Dylan Barron out of Nola, Manitoba. The 39, this is the Wall Brothers Racing entry of Tom Olson. Tom is out of Lodi, Wisconsin. The Wall Brothers Racing team out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Tom is on a 2023 Polaris. The 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. The 11, Fred Mankey from Lodi, Wisconsin. Riding the 157 is John Hankey out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. And the 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Well, we're just telling you about the 157 of John Hankey. He is a scratch, unfortunately. So scratch John Hankey for the balance of the day on the 157. The 15 is going to be Hunter Sears out of St. Francis. And the 5, Russ Liba, will be out of Warburg, Alberta on the Liba Rotax entry. Nice looking number 35 of Dylan Barron. That thing looks sharp. Also another sharp sled, the white and purple number 11 of Fred Mankey. There's the 16 of DJ Saluk. Talked to him in the pit area on Friday afternoon. He was talking about just trying to get his speed here. They're fighting that sled and have been all year. That's why he didn't do too much traveling, but hoping to get it better here this weekend. Good clean start so far here in the Pro Champ division. 440s flying down the back straightaway and into turn 3 here at Co-op Community Complex. Peterson is the leader. Calvin Peterson on the number 54 out of Eden, Wisconsin. racing action so far. Calvin Peterson, just 16 years of age, out of Eden, Wisconsin, sponsored by Skidoo, Pier Technical, Tennyson and Associates, and Woody's. Lifts the ski up a little bit out of turn number 2. '39 of Olsen up into the second spot on the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Great racing for first and second spot between Peterson and Olsen. The 11 of Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin, runs in third spot. White flag is out, 1 to go. There's the 5 of Liba in the 4th spot. Saluk, then the number 15. That is Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Well, checkered flag is in the air on the front straightaway. As they head out of turn number 4, look at this drag race. It's going to be the 54. Nice job by the 54 holding off the 39 who was charging. Tom Olsen out of Lodi, Wisconsin on the 2023 Wall Brothers Racing Polaris almost nips the leader. And that'll do it for race number 4. Looks like the 35 Dylan Barron stopped on the inside of the back straightaway. All right, so we're going to get on with race number 5 momentarily here after we remove Dylan Barron from the back straightaway. Race 5 will be the Pro Formula 500 class, and we will bring you that lineup momentarily right here at the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Race 5, Pro Formula 500, round 4, heat number 1, continuing from yesterday. 5 laps is the distance. The 9 is Stefan Kerrigan out of Winnipeg. This is a 1991 Skidoo. Scratch the 15 of Kyle Omachinsky out of Beausejour. The 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour on an 89 Polaris. And on a 2015 Acme chassis, the 96 is Bruce Rosentreader from Whitemouth, Manitoba. The 95 is going to be Jerry LePage out of Murillo. The 34X is Cale Bello out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And we're looking or waiting on the 111 of Dave Blair out of Owen Sound, we're told. So the 15 of Omachinsky definitely a scratch. The 111 could be a scratch. We'll see if the 111 makes the line here for race number 5, Pro Formula 500, round 4, heat number 1 action. Getting set to go racing. Looking them over on the starting line, and here we go. Good start for the 17. Wow. This is race number 5 on your schedule, Pro Formula 500s. What a great crowd here today in Beausejour. We want to thank everyone for coming out and supporting Ice Oval Racing. Great day here in Manitoba for it. A little foggy, but I think that'll clear off as the day goes on. Pro Formula 500s on the track right now. Leading it, doing a real good job. Lots of speed for the number 17. That is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour, riding an 89 Polaris. Next time around, the white flag will come out indicating one more lap to go. I'd like to welcome all of our viewers on our YouTube channel, CPTC Racing. That's the 17, one more lap to go, unchallenged so far. Cale Bello is on the 34X out of Waupun, Wisconsin, running currently in the second spot. Stefan Kerrigan is on the 9. The bright yellow number 9 on the track. And checkers are out. The 17, 34X, and the 9 are your top 3. 96 of Rosentreader comes across in the 4 spot unofficially. That'll do it for race 5. Pro Formula 500 round 4 heat number 1 action. Heat 2 in the Pro Formula 500s coming up for race number 6. We'll have that lineup here in just about 30 seconds. Are you kidding me? Al Van Strijdonck's here? Special guest Al Van Strijdonck. Wow. Good to see him. Do we call him a guest flagman or I don't know what we call him. Flagman in training? Maybe he's trying to take Riley's job. I don't know. Dale Hunter's going to be a scratch in race number 6, we're being told. So who will be in this race? Well, so far, according to our lineup sheets for race 6 in the Pro Formula 500 class, Mike Shackelford will be on the 446 out of Oakville. The 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona. The 22W is going to be Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta. 34, Colton Niewalny is out of Medford, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. The 135 is Blair McDonald from Grand Point. And rounding out the field out of Beausejour, Manitoba on a 1990 Polaris, this is Tom Keelback. Race 6, Pro Formula 500, round 4, heat number 2. Take a look at that 22W. Not such a good start for the 22W, sponsored by Napa. That thing is normally extremely quick off the starting line as we go racing down the back straightaway out of turn number 2. Race number 6, Pro Formula 500, round 4, heat number 2. $85 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Niewalny is your leader. 446 right there as well. That is none other than Mike Shackelford out of Oakville. Kendra Westland is on the 113, running in the 3rd spot. Top three strung out on the racetrack, fourth and fifth, while a bit of a race developing. Blair McDonald is on the 135. 54 is Tom Keelback out of Beausejour, Manitoba, and on 1990 Polaris. White flag coming out now for your race leader, Colton Newalney. Shackelford, and the 113, that is Westland. Kendra in this race on the 113. Hana should be in the next race as a number 113. And that'll do it for race number 6. Colton Newalney out of Medford, Wisconsin takes the win on the number 34. Good run. Shackelford and Westland. There's the 54. And of course, Tom Keelback out of Beausejour, Manitoba. And Tom Keelback is on a 1990 Polaris, number 54, coming across the finish line. Race 7 on deck, coming up momentarily. All right, here we go with race 7, Pro Formula 500. Lineup is ready. Round 4, heat 3 for 5 laps. The 111 is Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota. This is a 1989 Polaris. 22A, this is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Riding out of Roseau, Minnesota, the 580 is Caroline Allard. The 113 is Hannah Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. The 33C is Mike Schultz from Thunder Bay, and the 41 is Austin Madison out of Badger. That is your lineup for race 7, Pro Formula 500, round 4, heat 3, as we get set to go. 111 and the 22A get a good start with the 111 on the inside and the advantage. Tanner Foss getting first to the first corner with Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 22A running second. Austin Madison out of Badger is third unofficially on the number 41. That is a 1991 Polaris going around the big half-mile oval here in Beausejour. Tanner Foss looking awful good. 4th spot is Westland. 33C is next. That's Mike Schultz out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. 81 miles per hour on the previous circuit for your race leader. Setting a real good pace here in the Pro Formula 500 class. Next up, race 8, Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid final. Oh, heads up, we got a rider down on the front chute. And that sled comes to a stop real quick. Can't make out the number from this vantage point, but we'll try to let you know. I think it could be the 22. 22A of Colton Abraham, possibly out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Checkered flag for the 111. Tanner Foss will win that one. 41 coming across, Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota. All right, that is the 22A. It is confirmed. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin, a strong runner in the Formula 500 class. Crashes on the front straightaway. Let's see if we can get a cooldown.tv instant replay here, and I think we can. Maybe a little bit of contact, a little tough to see as the 22A comes to a stop on the inside of turn number 4. Don't know if there's much damage as our head flagman Riley Baker assists over there, getting ready for the recovery sled. Once again, we'd like to say hello to everybody that is live here in Beausejour. Thanks for coming out and supporting Ice Oval Racing. What a great crowd here today. This is fantastic. 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Getting closer and closer to an intermission break. That'll happen after race number 11. So we are race 7 now complete. Race 8 will be Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid final. That'll be 5 laps. Albert Ratty will be out of that one on the 509. He is a scratch. How about a hand for the 22A of Colton Abraham? Tough break after a pretty good run. Been running pretty steady all weekend long and a tough crash there. All right, here comes your Pro Mod 340 Liquids and Super Mod 340 Liquids. They are on their way. 65 is going to be Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. That is a 73 Polaris. Riding the 16C, Bob Schultz out of Thunder Bay. And this Thunder Bay rider is on a 1976 Yamaha. As mentioned previously, scratch the 509 of Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert. The other number 65 in the race is none other than the veteran Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba, a 73 Polaris for Norm Chura. 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, also on a 73 Polaris. The 478 is Kevin Fleming from Sicamous, BC. The 727 is Marcus Iverson from Langdon, North Dakota. That is a 75 Arctic Cat. And rounding out the field on a 1973 Polaris, the 165 is Justin Habing out of Navan, Manitoba. That is race number 8, Pro Mod 340 Liquid and Super Mod 340 Liquid, and this will be their final. Let's watch them go. All right, looking pretty good at the starting line so far here. And we are green. Vic Mazer on the 44 got a pretty good start, but has since found himself in the last spot. Looked like he was going to go right through the middle, but did not on that first corner. So he's got some work to do on that number 44 out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. Good racing action in turn number 4. Wow. Tough break for the 65. I believe that is Norm Chura. We have two 65s, and they're both 73 Polarises, but I think that is Norm Chura slowing down in turn number 1 and 2. So that should leave the 65 on the track. The other number 65, Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon leads on his Arctic Cat. That is a 1975 vintage Arctic Cat. Five laps scheduled for this race number 8 on your schedule. The Arctic Cat still in command with the 44 of Mazer in tow. Third is the Sicamous BC rider, the 478 Kevin Fleming on a 73 Skidoo. White flag is out for the leader. Vic Mazer on the 44 second, trying to close up on the Arctic Cat. I believe that is White Chuck maybe on the front straightaway now. It looks like 165. And your winner is the Arctic Cat. The 727 will take this one. That is Marcus Iverson, followed by Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. Tough break for the 65 or 165. Looks like White Chuck on the other side of the Family Fun Zone by Access Credit Union banner. Race 9 coming up will be the Sportsman 600, round 4 for 5 laps. And we'll bring you that lineup momentarily. After race 9, Sportsman 600s, we will move to race 10, the Outlaw 600s. Then race 11 will be Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Final. Our recovery team, Johnny on the spot to lend a hand on the front straightaway. All right, race 9, Sportsman 600s coming up. And here they come out of the pit area already. Austin Madison is out of Badger, Minnesota, and will be riding the 41. The 34X is Kale Bellow out of Waupun, Wisconsin. 23 is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. The 16, DJ Saluk from Beausejour. The number 13 is John Hall, also out of Beausejour, while the 179 is out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. This is Jason Mackey. The 3 is Scott Wagner out of Prada. And the 15 is Kyle Omachinsky out of Beausejour. All right, Sportsman 600s, round 4 for 5 laps, continuing on from yesterday's festivities. Good field of riders here for race 9 in the Sportsman 600 class. As we get set to go. And stride on, waves the green flag in the 23 with a real strong start on the inside. Will Manchelenko. Ooh, they are dicing in turn 1 and 2 and almost a collision, but everybody gets out safely. Great racing action. This is a very competitive class year in and year out at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, and you can see why now. They are close. 16 up front for the 23 second. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour having a great time in this class this weekend. Does a real good job. As we talked about earlier, he has been fighting his Pro Champ sled a little bit all year, but this one seems to be working perfect. Scott Wagner out of Prada battling with the 13 of John Hall for the 3rd and 4th spot here in the Sportsman 600 heat race. "91 miles per hour. That is pretty quick. Racetrack must be in real good shape. 179 is Jason Mackey. 41, Austin Madison out of Badger, Minnesota, a little ways back in the pack. Hope you're enjoying all the race action so far here. We are at race number 9 for those of you just coming into the facility here in Beausejour. White flag in the Sportsman 600 class. Opening ceremonies have been completed already due to the fog that was in the area earlier, so we decided to do the opening ceremonies early as we have a crash now in the exit of turn number 2 on the outside. The rider is up and okay, however, so that will bring out a red flag, but the rider is walking back to his sled. We can't make out the sled from here. It is facing the wrong way, so cannot see the numbers. Maybe we can see the bib on the rider if they turn around. 13, that is the number 13. All right, so likely John Hall out of Beausejour on the 96 Skidoo. Cooldown.tv instant replay coming your way now. Looks like the 16 of Saluk going through there pretty slick. And, oh, yeah, you see the 13 into the bales with no rider. The rider, well, maybe a couple hundred feet away from the sled, so. Our safety crew goes to work instantly to get that sled off. And we're going to do this again. Don't forget, you can head on over to the Moose Den. That is our beer garden, newly named for Moosehead Beer, which is available at the Moose Den. Also, in the Moose Den, you can buy 50/50 tickets, or you can check out the full line of CPTC promo wear. We have t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. So check it out in the beer garden. That's a great place to warm up, get yourself a nice cold one, and some merch while you're there. Even if you don't need the merch now, could be a good birthday or a Christmas present for next year. Restart with a 16 in the lead. That'll be Saluk out of Beausejour. '23, Will Manchelenko. Then the 3, that is Scott Wagner. Good start for the 41, but almost ran into the back of the 3, Austin Madison on the 41 out of Badger, Minnesota. Heads up a little bit squirrely in turn 3 and 4. So Luke's going to win it. Then the 3 and the 23 in that order. Scott Wagner second, and Will Manchelenko comes home third in that one. But a good job by the 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, Manitoba on the 2000 Polaris. DJ Saluk will win race number 9 in the Sportsman 600 class. Up next, Outlaw 600s. All right. Some say this class is for the old guys. I say it's for the guys that are completely sane. They have roll cages, full containment seats, seat belts. I think this is a great way for, well, let's say, slightly aged racer to go racing. 600cc Outlaws are up next. They'll use a running start, just like a dirt track sprint car. The 14 is Jacob Gebhard. The 19 is Chris Plasky. Riding the 18 is Tim Gebhardt. Joe Schneider is on the 1. The 71N is Donnie Neubauer, and the 84 is Nathan Gebhardt. 130 horsepower, must weigh 875 pounds with driver after the race. They run about 85 miles per hour on a running start here. And green, green, green. Here we go. 71 not wasting any time in this one. That is Donnie Neubauer out of Westboro, Wisconsin. Basically stock 600cc engine. They can use modified pipes. This class developed about 12 years ago in the United States, but their first actual race was here in Beausejour, believe it or not. Look at this side-by-side racing. The 1 of the 19 getting at it. Chris Plasky in the 19. The 1 is Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. This class, next season, part of the USSA Point Series, and the Point Series will also be in Beausejour. So if you want to compete in the Outlaw Point Series, These drivers will need to get back here for December to get USSA points. So that is pretty cool. Be nice to have them back in Beausejour this coming December, which really isn't that far away. This Outlaw 600 round 3 race scheduled for 5 laps. They raced twice yesterday. Tim Gebhardt in the number 18. Green flag for the 1. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Get down to the pit area if you like and check these things out. They are pretty neat. Right side engines. You can see the pipes coming out the right side of the chassis. But very, very safe relative to the open cockpit sleds that you see most times here on the half-mile oval in Beausejour. White flag, 1 to go. The number 1 with a great big lead. That's Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Love the running start. That's pretty cool. And checkered flag is in the air. And it's going to go to Joe Schneider in the number 1. Second spot to the 19. That is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. And the 84 coming across the line is Nathan Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. There's the number 18 of Tim Gebhardt. And the 71 of Donnie Neubauer out of Westboro, Wisconsin. So that is a good look at the Outlaw 600 class. You can go to outlaw600.com if you want any more information on those sleds. You can get down, talk to the crews and the drivers of those sleds, and get some more information. They are going to race here next December, part of the USSA Points Series. So if you want to, well, maybe go racing a little safer, I would say, the Outlaw 600s might be the way to go. Race 11, our final race before an intermission break, brought to you by Cubex. So, race 11 is our Supermod 440 free air and liquid cooled final. This one just 3 laps. We need to add the 44 of Vic Mazer into the mix here. Not on the lineup sheet, but we understand Vic Mazer will appear in this one, number 44. The 478 is Kevin Fleming out of Sicamous, BC. The 223 is Adam Braun. And the 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola. That is your lineup. 4 sleds, 3 laps. Supermod 440 free air and liquid final coming up next. Looking them over at the starting line. And we're green real quick. Great start for Chura, followed by the 44 of Mazer. Norm Chura wasted no time. The veteran out of Enola, Manitoba, riding that 73 Polaris, and he's got it hooked up and flying down the back straightaway into turn 3. Vic Mazer in the second spot, the 478 of Kevin Fleming out of Sicamous, BC, third currently in this 3-lap duel. 83 miles per hour for the leader, Norm Chura, on the last lap. A little bit bumpy in 3 and 4, I think, as your leader takes the white flag. Nobody touching Norm Chura right now with, well, almost a straightaway lead on the 44 of Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. Checkered flag is in the air on the front straightaway. No question about that. It's going to be Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba. Second spot is going to go to Vic Mazer on the number 44 out of West St. Paul. That is a 1973 Polaris. And we've got a problem here on the front straightaway. Well, maybe not. Back under power on the Kawasaki is the 223 of Adam Braun out of Winnipeg, an 81 Kawasaki. Well, that'll do it. We're going to go to a Cubex intermission break now, ladies and gentlemen. Visit the Moose Den, the beer garden. Check out the CPTC promo wear. Also, the concession area, delicious food. Give it a try. Cheeseburgers, hot dogs, French fries, they've got it all at the concession area. We're going to be back with you momentarily right here at the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service, it's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
As members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interest at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
Beaver Truck Center, Manitoba's Volvo truck and Hino truck dealer, serving our customers in Manitoba and northwestern Ontario since 1996. With 2 locations, Winnipeg and Brandon, to serve your trucking requirements, specializing in sales, parts, service, leasing and rentals. For more information, please visit us at www.beavertrucks.com.
Well, getting closer and closer to race number 12. After our Quebec intermission break, we're giving a chance to a couple of riders here to do a couple of hot laps, get used to their sleds once again after some crashes or burn downs, and we'll be back with race 12. Race 12 will be the Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds, round 4 for 5 laps. Race 13, 14, and 15, we return to the Pro Champ. So race 13, 14, 15, Pro Champ 440s, back on track. Well, look at our new flagman. It's official now. I think he's hired Al Van Stridonk on the front straightaway. He's got a vest. Huh? Wow. All right. He's official now. Must have done a great job in the first 11 races. Hi, Al. Okay, pay attention. Your sleds are coming. Here we go. Race 12, Junior 2 F500s. Here's how they line up. Scratch the 21 of Andrew Brandt out of this one. Andrew Brandt will not appear out of Dryden, Ontario. The 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Riding the 22A is Colton Abraham from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 44 is going to be Marley Peterson. I believe that 44 is actually the 44X. It shows 44 on our lineups, but I think the sled is 44X. Riding out of Lancaster, Minnesota on an 89 GPR chassis, the 434 is Miranda Peterson. And out of Balmoral, Manitoba on an 89 Polaris, the number 23 is going to be Dylan Fox. Racing now into turn 1 and 2. This is race 12 on your schedule, the Junior 2 F500 class. 21 Andrew Brandt is scratched from this contest. Good racing in turn 3 and 4 right now. Dylan Fox running away. The 22A is second, followed by the 434. 22A is Colton Abraham. The 434, Miranda Peterson. 86 miles per hour, 86. Pretty quick. Tension in the Pro Champ pit area. Race 13, 14, and 15 are all for the Pro Champ 440s. We need you in staging immediately, please. The Sly Fox, Dylan Fox with a huge lead in this one. Colton Abraham second. Miranda Peterson on the 434 out of Lancaster, Minnesota remains third. 44X. That is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Currently running in the 4th spot. White flag for the leader. Don't forget 50-50 tickets are available throughout the grandstands and in the Moose Den, our beer garden. Knights of Columbus selling 50-50 tickets. And we've got a huge, huge crowd here. We gave away almost $1,300 yesterday, and I think we've got way more people here today. So grab yourself a 50-50 as Fox wins this one in race number 12, the Junior 2 F500. Dylan Fox on the 23 will come across first. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin, second. Third spot will be the 434. That is a Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota on the GPR chassis. Marley Peterson on the 44, and Ethan Clark out of Beausejour on the other 44. All right, Pro Champ time coming up next, right here at the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. And race 13 looks like this. The number 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola, Manitoba. This is a wall chassis. The 91 is Sam Glure from Beausejour on a wall chassis as well. The 26 out of Beausejour is Quinn Whitechuck. This is the 2023 Skidoo. 102 is your USSA points champion, Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, and last night's feature winner in the USSA ProStar Cup. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 2023 Polaris. The 87 is Madison Phillips out of Drayton, North Dakota. The 15 is Hunter Sears from St. Francis. Riding the 370 is Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek. And Tyler Obie on the 21 having a good weekend out of Beausejour on the 2018 Skidoo. All right, Pro Champ time. Race 13 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 1. Off like a shot. The Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 carves turn 1 and 2 and heads on down the back straightaway. In the early lead here. Movement in 4th and 5th in turn number 3. Hunter Sears in the 2nd spot on the number 15, looking pretty strong so far as they string out down the back straightaway. .98 miles per hour on the previous lap, as these riders continue to set a torrid pace. .26, Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour in the 3rd spot. Whoa, we've got a crash, almost. No, we don't. Wow. 2 sleds get hooked up. It looks like Matt Zalai involved in turn 1 and 2, and it looks like both riders were going to go for a loop. What a great recovery as we stay under green. White flag for Blaine Stevenson, the 15 following. Hunter Sears. Wow. Matt Zalai almost went into the bales with another rider on the previous lap, right where they are now. Thank gosh nothing happened there. Blaine Stevenson takes the win, the 15 in the 2nd spot. 3rd is the 26. Nice run for Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Then Zalai coming across on the 370. Ooh, that was close in turn 1 and 2. I'll see if we can get a replay there on cooldown.tv. All right. Next up, we go to race number 14. We're going to scratch John Henke on the 157 out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. So scratch 157, Henke out of the next race, race number 14. So race 14 is Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 2, and here they come. Riding the 11 is Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin, 2023 wall chassis. The 75 is Calvin Cook from Dayton, Minnesota, also on a wall. Jordan Sobetsky is on the number 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises and Big Smoke Barbecue. Jordan's out of Beausejour on the 2022 Polaris. Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the number 8, sponsored by Serve Pro and Skidoo. The number 5 is Russ Leba from Warburg, Alberta. The 39X, keep your eyes on this rider. This is Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. 2015 Houle chassis. And the 3, this is a Skidoo out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The rider is Danique Lambert. Danique Lambert on the number 3 out of Quebec. All right, so some local flavor here in this one. Jordan Sobetsky, Travis McDonald. Travis McDonald still looking for his first Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Would like very much for that to happen today. Whoop, itchy trigger fingers on the starting line, and Al Van Stridonk says, that doesn't quite work so well, so we're going to try that one again. '75 Calvin Cook, 20-year-old rider out of Dayton, Minnesota, formerly a go-kart racer. He's a former Sprint 1 and 2 competitor, sponsored by Polaris, Power Lodge, MTH, and FXR. So this is race 14 on the track with a restart. Travis McDonald out of Lockport, Manitoba on a Houle chassis, former Valcourt winner, third in the USSA ProStar Cup this year. Also a former go-kart racer, sponsored by Skidoo, Surf Pro, FXR, Bennett's Marine, Ryback's Custom Machine, and Dayco. We're ready to race. And here we go. Good start for the 39X. '39X Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, a 30-year-old rider, second in Wausau this year. Sponsored by Skidoo, Studboy, Accelerated Technologies, and Load Off Septic. Yannick Lambert in the second spot out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Good action in the back of the pack, as well as at the front. Peterson, Yannick Lambert, Travis McDonald making up the top three so far. McDonald with a little bit of a run off turn number 2 and closes the gap on Yannick Lambert out of Quebec. Oh, we got a rider sliding in turn number 3 and 4. Rider pops right back up, however, the rider is okay. The sled through the bales, that will bring out a red flag. I think the rider went in by himself. We'll see if we can pull off a replay of that if possible. However, try to get your rider's number over there. That is a long way from the tower here. There's the cooldown.tv replay. Looks like the rider on the replay almost down already. You can see the bales are quite broken up over there. See if we can try another camera angle for those of you on the World Wide Web tuned into our CPTC YouTube channel. Here we go. What do we got going here? Okay, so we see the riders coming through turn 3 and 4. And, just self-inflicted deal. Nobody around. Pretty gentle crash, if you can call any crash gentle at about 100 miles an hour. That's about as gentle as it gets, I think. All right, I see the hood coming out from the other side of the bales, and that is for sure Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. Russ Liba. Warburg, Alberta, with a crash in turn 3 and 4, but the rider is okay, so that is great news. So we will rearrange these sleds and get set to go once again with more racing action right here at the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. I'd like to thank FXR for bringing you all the action here today. What a great success story, a local company here in Manitoba, started by Milt Reimer. And FXR gear is throughout the world now. You'll see it everywhere you go. Russ Liba involved over in turn 3 and 4, as we were talking about earlier. He was the winner last year of the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Challenge for the IFS 440X class. So tough break here in the Pro Champ so far for Russ Liba, but see if he can get it back going for a little later on in today's program. Well, the Beausejour Broken Head Recreational Center, located kind of just behind the grandstands. And we will have our banquet following today's festivities, hand out award checks, and have a great meal. We'll tell you a little bit more about that as the day wears on, but we always do that on Sunday in March here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Great way to have a fantastic meal and visit with some of the riders and crews and families. It's always a fun time over there at the rec hall. Our safety crew's going to work. It looks like the bales are looking pretty good over there already. There's over 4,000 bales around this half-mile oval, if you can believe that, and it's all due to the hard work of all of our volunteers here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And it looks like Liba's going to ride it off, so that's good news. Don't know if he's going to continue in the race, but he's going to not use the recovery sled to get back to the pit area. See what happens here. Well, I don't see him steering around into the pits, so maybe he's going to try it again. He did stop with the rest of them, so maybe real good news for the number 5 of Russ Liba, the veteran out of Warburg, Alberta. That is a 2019 Liba Rotax combination that he's on. Unfortunately, a pretty gentle crash, and I think he's putting on his goggles by the looks of things. So I think he's going racing once again in race number 14, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 2. He is alongside the 11 of Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin, 2023 wall chassis. Just want to remind everybody around trackside parking. First of all, we'd like to welcome you here. And just let you know that if you're in trackside parking, to please have your headlights off in your cars or trucks, please. That will blind the riders. So please have your headlights off at all times. All right, the riders assembled over in turn number 2. You can see Liba on the cooldown.tv broadcast on our YouTube channel. The 11, good-looking sled. That is pretty cool. I saw that Friday afternoon. What a nice color combination. Pretty sharp-looking number 11 from Lodi, Wisconsin. That is Fred Mankey's mount. Now, we understand there is a 2-minute clock running in the pit area on someone that wants to continue racing. I don't think it is Liba. I'm not sure. I think it might be the 11. They are heavily working on the 11 under the hood right now, the crew, so we'll see if Mankey can get going here. The 5 rides away, as does the 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. There's Danique Lambert riding on by. We try to refire that number 11. Nope, looks like recovery sled time. I saw somebody pulling the rope on the live broadcast. I thought they were pulling over the 11. It was the sled on the other side. All right, a little deceptive there. But anyway, the 11 is not firing up. It's heading back to the pit area. What a great crowd here today at the Co-op Community Complex. One of the best I've seen in many years. Little cooler than it was yesterday. That just means for a little better track conditions. It is getting sunny a little south of here and starting to get sunny here as well. So looks like the rest of the day is going to be fantastic here. We've got some freestyle snowcross demonstrations for you at Intermission and all kinds of other great stuff as we try to do this one again. The 39X of Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin has that Houle chassis looking pretty good. Out front and in command, Danique Lambert out of Quebec, Calvin Cook. Sobetsky is right there, as is Leva. And the 39X Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport showing the way here. This is race 14 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat number 2. "24 Pro Champs registered as of yesterday. As we continue on with this race, white flag will be coming out this time around, indicating just one more lap to go for Peterson up front. Justin Peterson out of Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. 30-year-old rider, looking good on the Skidoo Studboy Accelerated Technologies load-off septic entry. Leba has stopped. Checkers for the 39. The 3 will come second. That is Danny Lambert, Sobetsky, and Calvin Cook. Sounds like Leba will not cross the finish line on the number 5 after an earlier crash. All right, so the recovery sled will be heading on to turn number 4 to lend a hand to the Alberta native, Russ Leba, a fantastic competitor racing here in Pro Champ, as well as the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup. That is not far away, actually. The next race for the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup, the next qualifier is race 17. So Russ Leba out of Warburg will be back pretty soon on the IFS 440 trail. Race 15 will come up next. That'll be another Pro Champ round. We can quickly go through the lineup while we have time. The 233 is going to be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. The 39, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Tom Olson. Tom is out of Lodi, Wisconsin, on the 2023 Polaris. In race 15, Pro Champ 440, the 54 will be Calvin Peterson, 16-year-old rider out of Eden, Wisconsin, riding a 2013 Skidoo. The 1 is going to be Griffin Lepak. Griffin is out of Hartford, Wisconsin, on an Arctic Cat. The 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota, 2018 Skidoo. DJ Saluk will appear on the number 16 out of Beausejour. That is a 2022 Polaris. Will Garceau on the number 31 comes to us from Wisconsin. And the 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, on a 2023 Red Bull Skidoo. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, 4-time TLR Cup champion and a CPTC champion as well. Sponsored by Red Bull Skidoo, FXR, and Woody's. Won the race yesterday, the USSA ProStar Cup race at the finish line. The engine was burning down and Stevenson almost clipped them, but then in the weigh-in, the 220 was just a little bit light on the scale, so the win was awarded to the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. But what a close race. Gunnar had mentioned the sled was getting slower and slower in the closing laps, and it got real slow on the front straightaway coming towards the checkered flag, and Stevenson was well behind him. But Stern just edged him out at the finish line, but was unable to take the official win due to a weight infraction. Getting set to go. We are racing. Stern on the outside takes the whole shot. 39 right there as well. That is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. Greenbush, Minnesota's Wall Brothers Racing Team powering that one. Calvin Peterson, just 16 years of age. Railing around in the third spot. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, has some speed. .233 is fourth. That's Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. 98 miles per hour. The 28 off the pace right now. That is a tough break. Number 28, Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. Way off the pace. White flag for the 220, who is flying. 39.54, 233, second, third, and fourth. Matt Bennett fourth, of course. 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour in fifth unofficially. Checkered flag. G-Money Gunnar Stern will take that one, followed by Tom Olson. The 54 will be third. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin on a 2013 Skidoo. That'll do it for race number 15, your Pro Champ 440 race. That was round 2, heat 3, and is now in the books. All right, if somebody has lost their cell phone, if you have lost your cell phone, we do have a cell phone up here in the announcer's tower, so we can't unlock it to see whose it might be, but if you have lost your cell phone, please check your pockets and you can come up here and identify it. We will give it back to you. All right, race 16 on the schedule. Supermod 300 free air and liquid cooled final for 3 laps. Again, we have a lost cell phone up here in the announcer's tower, so if you'd like to come up and identify your cell phone, we will get it back to you. The 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen in this one. Kieran is out of Winnipeg on a 75 Yamaha. Riding a 73 Polaris is Norm Chura out of Enola on the 65. 57 is Ken Bruce out of St. Anne on a Yamaha, and the 165 is Justin Habing out of Navan, Manitoba on a 73 Polaris. Race 16, here we go. Once again, a quick reminder, we have a lost cell phone here up in the announcer's tower. Check your pockets. Cell phone has been claimed. 65 and the 165, 1 and 2 on the racetrack right now. Norm Chura, the leader, out of Enola on a 73 Polaris. The 165 is Justin Habing out of Navan, Manitoba, also a 73 Polaris. Flag being displayed. This is only 3 laps, so it's going to go by pretty quick. Next up, race 17, IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Memorial Qualifier coming up. And checkered flag is out. Norm Chura will take that one. Justin Habing out of Navan, Manitoba on the 165, followed by the 57 of Ken Bruce for third. 13, Kieran Lowen will finish fourth. Unofficially on the 1975 Yamaha, Kieran Lone on the 13 out of Winnipeg. So that is a wrap on race number 16. Your Supermod 300 free air and liquid cooled final for 3 laps. Race 17 coming up next, the IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Memorial Qualifier. The 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. The 5 will be Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta, last year's champ. 13 is Dale Hunter out of Ontario. The 80, Joe Presta, is from Ladywood, Manitoba on a 79 Skidoo. And the 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on a 79 Skidoo. Well, Jerry Bunkey was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit in the late 70s. Jerry tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. So this race is to honor his dedication, perseverance, and professionalism. Last year's winner of the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Challenge was Russ Liba of Warburg, Alberta. Nice to see Russ back to defend his title from last year. We're getting set to go. Race 17, IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Cup. Looks like the number 80 with the best start, and the whole shot, that's Joe Presta out of Ladywood. But on the outside goes Ryan Gibson, the number 7 out of Beausejour. One sled down so far in this IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Memorial Qualifier. But it is certainly not Joe Presta on the 80 as he leads this one, but he's got some company in turn 1 and 2. Some great racing action with limited sleds on the track. They are moving along nicely. 98 miles per hour. Wow. Looks like Liba now into the lead. Are they flying? Wow. Track conditions are real nice. White flag is out, 1 to go. Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta leads the number 80 of Joe Presta. Checkered flag, Russ Liba. Second spot is Presta. Third is the 21 of Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. Fourth and final spot, Dale Hunter out of Thamesford, Ontario on a 78 motoski. So that'll do it for race 17, the IFS 440X class, Jerry Bunkey Memorial. That is the end of round 3 and its 5-lap distance. Race 18 coming up next, Pro Formula 3. Now this is the World Championship class in Eagle River. And we're going to run it right here. Not our Canadian Power Toboggan Championship class, but the World Championship class at Eagle River. And here's the lineup for race 18. On the number 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota, this is a 2023 Skidoo. The rider is Matt Gady. Aboard the Wall Brothers Racing 39, this is Tom Olson out of Lodi, Wisconsin. And riding the 102, also a Wall Brothers Racing teammate. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson from St. Cloud, Minnesota. The 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 157, we believe, will appear in this one. John Hankey out of Amherst Junction. I know he's out of the Pro Champ 440 class. I'm just looking around the racetrack trying to see if I can locate the 157. And Gunnar Stern, we're told, will not appear in this one. All right, that is correct. Gunnar Stern, a scratch in race 18 in the Pro Formula 3 division. Now we're going to look for John Henke on the 157, part of a father-son team. Yeah, I think that's John Henke right there. I'm sure of it. That is the 157. So good news. 157 John Henke out of Amherst Junction. 30-year-old rider, part of the Incredible Bank father-son team. He was last here in 2020. His dad, Steve, races late model asphalt trucks, and he's a former ice oval racer himself. So Henke will compete in the F3 class, but not the Pro Champ class. Here we go. It's close in turn number 1 and 2. Looks like Stevenson takes a stab at the lead coming out of turn number 2, and they are flying. Calvin Cook leading the 102 and the 28 of Gady. Those are your top 3 so far in this Pro Formula 3 race. Round 3 for 5 laps. Look at this. Looks like Gady with a run on the 102 now on the outside of the back straightaway. Oh, heads up. What a move by Gady. That was something else. It looks like the 75 slowed down, and it was a melee in turn 3 and 4, and Gady come out in the number 1 spot. So we'll see how they call this one. It looks like some hood damage to the sled on the left in turn number 4 from our vantage point here up in the tower. That'd be 39 and 75, we're told, possibly. Looked like the 75 was the first to slow there. The speed was 102 miles an hour on the previous lap. Yeesh. That is quick. Cooldown.tv replay. We have the benefit of that on the World Wide Web and, of course, up here in the tower. All right, so it looks like the 75, yeah, the 75, something happened to the 75 of Calvin Cook, and looks like the 39 of Olsen just couldn't get around it. So that happened awful fast all of a sudden. Matt Gady on the 28 was first, so tough break for those riders. In turn 3 and 4, Calvin Cook on the 75 was having a good run on his 2021 Polaris. Very nicely prepared machine out of Dayton, Minnesota. Former go-kart racer is Calvin Cook, 20 years old. Sponsored by Polaris, FXR, Wall Brothers, MTH, and Power Lodge. He is a former Sprint 1 and 2 competitor. So, our expert recovery crew once again has to go to work. They have been quite busy here throughout the weekend, as they always are, but they do a nice job. Today has been pretty busy for mechanicals here. Now, I'm trying to think. Yesterday, I think we started 15 Pro Champs for the USSA ProStar Cup, and I don't know how many finished. 6? 7 finished, so we lost 8 of them. And right. Yeah, and the guy who won it almost didn't. That's Blaine Stevenson, who was awarded the win after a lightweight Gunnar Stern came across the scale. But what a race that was. And, you know, there was no crashing. Like, it wasn't a crash fest. It was just sleds going down. There's the 75 back on the throttle. That's Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota, the 20-year-old rider. Looks like he'll be able to continue, so that is good news. That sled was seemingly running very well before whatever happened in turn 4. But we'll get them lined up over there in turn 4 once again and continue on with race 18 of 43 on the day. Race 18 is your Pro Formula 3 race. This is round 3. So should have 4 sleds remaining here for race number 18. Don't forget the Moose Den is open. That is our beer garden. Get yourself an ice-cold moose head. Check out the full line of CPTC gear. You can get t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and all kinds of other cool stuff. Great for birthday gifts for the snowmobile enthusiast. Or get it now for Christmas. All right. Riley Baker looking things over at the starting line. Riders are ready. Here we go. Green, green, green. Good start for the 102 of Stevenson. Gady right there. Looking to go inside at the exit of turn number 2, but can't make the pass that time. This is going to be a close finish, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Gady seems pretty good through turn 3 and 4. Hankey in the 3rd spot. Gady seems to be getting in a little hotter than the 102, who now is getting passed by Gady. Gady appears to go in a little hotter. Look at this battle. White flag, 1 to go here in the Pro Formula 3 class. Gady's been real good on the inside throughout this race, and as you can see, carrying that speed. Stevenson gonna fight back now. But it looks like Gady with a slight advantage here as this race draws to a close. Wow, what a good one this one was. It is Gady, followed by Stevenson, Hankey, and Calvin Cook. Wow, how about a hand for Gady? What a good job he did on Blade Stevenson on the 102. That was fantastic to watch. Very, very good race there. There have been lots this weekend. This racetrack is in impeccable condition. As usual, the crews do such a nice job here, as you know, working hard. They talked about 13 to 14 inches of ice before we started this weekend. That's how thick that ice is out there, and that takes a lot of dedication. They work so hard at it here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Wonderful crew here. Lucky to have them. All right, so race 19 coming up, the Ice Bike Open. And moving to 2 wheels and the dirt bikes. Most of these are 450cc 4-strokes. And if you've not seen the ice bikes run before, I think you're going to be pretty surprised. These things go over 80 miles per hour. Here's your lineup for race 19 in the Ice Bike Open Division, round 4 for 5 laps. The 219 is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba, riding the 489. This guy is quick. Avery Carr out of Beausejour, riding the green Kawasaki. The 866 is William Shannon out of Enola. Now, Alex Torma showing on your lineup sheets on the 10. He'll be on the 999. So Alex Torma on the 999 out of Thunder Bay. The 14 is Ryan Rondeau out of Winnipeg. Arguably the best rider out here. We'll find out this next time around. The 18 is Hunter Brink out of Kakabeka Falls, Ontario. And scratch the 10 of Larry Lodge. Larry Lodge out of Thunder Bay, Ontario will be scratched. And here we go, we're racing. Race 19, Ice Bike Open. 5 laps will be the distance. Tension in the pit area. Next up, race 20. Relic Mod Superstock 300 fan-cooled free air combo final. Then the ATVs will hit the track, and then we'll go for a Cubex grooming break. Ryan Rondeau on the number 14 in the 2nd spot, and that usually doesn't last too long. We'll see that 2nd place rider likely move up slowly on the leader. 84 miles per hour right now on the track. And here comes that number 14 up beside the 489 of Carr. They are side by side, and Rondeau making it interesting. That track is about 50 or 60 feet wide or more, and they're not using 12 inches of it right now. Caden Katowicz on the Honda, following along nicely in the third spot. But as we talked about yesterday, the Kawasaki 450s are pretty dominant right now in the motocross world, and well, I guess when you put them on ice, they don't do things much different. White flag one to go for Ryan Rondeau. When Rondeau shows up, well, you're pretty much racing for second. Your race leaders coming through turn 3 and 4 in your Ice Bike Open class. This was round 4. Ryan Rondeau will take it. Carr second. And Caden Katowicz third out of Petersfield on the Honda. .866 coming across. That is William Shannon. 999, Alex Torma out of Thunder Bay, 5th. That's it for the ice bikes for now. Race 19 is in the books. Race 20 to get released from the pits here momentarily. Here they come. Well, big shout out to CoolDown.tv for bringing you the live broadcast on our YouTube channel, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships YouTube channel. I had a friend that's not a snowmobile racer. Talked to him this morning and I said, log on, watch yesterday's footage from CoolDown.tv. Again, he's not much of a snowmobile guy, but he wanted to see the production level and he said it was fantastic. He said, how many guys you got out there filming and working and how many camera guys? I said, we have a total of 2. 1 camera guy, 1 production guy. He goes, you can't do that with 2 guys. I said, oh, yes, you can. I sat with him yesterday. So hats off to CoolDown.tv for a great job bringing the World Wide Web this fantastic event one more time in 2023. And hopefully a second time in 2023 in December. Relic Mod, Superstock 300, fan-cooled free air combo. And the 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. The 501 is a scratch. That's Mike Kelly. 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. Colin Demianic is out of Winnipeg on the 69. The 501 is Blair Jaster out of Beausejour. Jason Mackey is on the 179 out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Ooh, the 179 gets a little bit crooked off the starting line. Relic Mod Superstock 300 fan-cooled free air combo final. All right, we'll see if we can get a radar speed on these Relic mods. Well, here's a battle for the lead down. We have a lead change at 63 miles per hour. That's still pretty quick. I know it doesn't look quick, but 63 is pretty quick on an ice oval. .179 is your leader, followed by the 69 of Demianic. White flag is out. One more race after this. We'll go to the ATVs, the four-wheelers, and then a Quebec's intermission break. Look at the battle over in turn 3. Oh, no! I thought that might happen. Hopefully the rider is okay. That's Colin Demianic. The 179 will take the checkered flag. That is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Demianic went into turn 3 trying to make the pass. He is a very competitive individual and got the worst of that one. We'll try to get a replay online of that one, but it looked like he stuck a ski in and maybe hooked something and went upside down and barrel rolled it. But fortunately, the rider is okay. Colin's certainly not the youngest guy in the pit area, so that is not an easy fall. There's no such thing as an easy crash. He had the advantage. It looked like, oh, he started to get up. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Demianic was actually almost leading into that turn number 3, and the sled high-sided, and ooh, tough one. Could have been much worse, though, as Demianic took a real good stab at the win there. He's very competitive and is always here. Very reliable rider and does a great job on that old Relic. Colin Demianic on the 69 out of Winnipeg. That is a 1970 Skidoo that might have just had its roughest life. Don't forget those sleds are getting older too. Hit the ice pretty hard on his first and then slid across, so no doubt he'll be watching the replay on the CPTC YouTube channel. But the best part of it is those sleds can always be fixed. The rider is okay, so good news. That is awesome. This can be a real tough sport on riders. It is quite intense. A friend of mine compared it to kind of sitting on a spinning circular saw, and that's kind of what it's like sometimes at 100 miles an hour yet. All right, ATV Open coming up next, race 21, and then we'll go to a freestyle intermission. So if you want to watch some freestyle snowcross after, well, it's coming up after this race 21. The ATVs are going to hit the track. Race 21 ATV Open. Let's go through the lineup while we have a second. The 44 is going to be Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. This is a 1986 Honda. 29 is Corey Johnson from Oakbank on a 2007 Yamaha. Ryan Gibson is out of Beausejour. I think the only two-stroke in the field, possibly the 71 Ryan Gibson on an 86 Honda. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson, Manitoba. The 14, Rob Clark from Beausejour, is on a KTM. Also on a KTM, the 13 is Tyler Fiebelkorn. And the 20 is Peter Friesen out of Steinbach. 20, Peter Friesen out of Steinbach on a 2022 Yamaha. Race 21 on your schedule. If you're live with us here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, ATV Open, round 4 for 5 laps. Bit of a wheelie off the starting line as we go racing right now in the ATV Open division. 5 laps will be the distance as they slide them through turn 1 and 2. Next up, a Cubex intermission break and freestyle snowcross. Gibson in the second spot. Try to close the gap up on the leader as the laps tick down here in race 21. 73 miles per hour for the leader on the previous circuit. Good racing up front. Tyler Fiebelkorn up front, but he knows who's there. That is none other than Ryan Gibson on the 71 in the second spot. Fiebelkorn, then Gibson. Mike Verbrugge out of Garson on the 22 is unofficially third. White flag coming out, 1 to go for the race leader, who looks behind to see the Honda coming awful quick here. Gibson going to try to close the gap up now and see if he can catch the leader. Gibson pretty dominant yesterday. But the 13 of Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour leads this one right now. Maybe a gear change over the evening or something a little bit faster about that 13 today. Feeblecorn will win it, followed by Gibson. They go 1 and 2. Mike Verbrugge out of Garson on the 22 will finish third. 29, Corey Johnson fourth. The only guy, Anthony, with a side number plate. I like that. Yeah, we did talk about that. We got to get everybody with a side number plate like that. Hard to read those ATVs, even with your cameras, as accurate as those cameras are and as good as the camera work is from Chris Seymour. It's hard to read the numbers on those ATVs. It really is. All right, time for a Quebec's intermission break. We're going to sweep up the track, do some housekeeping there on the big half-mile oval, and we'll be along shortly with some freestyle snowcross. You can see the inflatable landing ramp is up. So we'll get to more of that in just a second.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool.
Co-op, you're at home here.
Beaver Truck Center, Manitoba's Volvo truck and Hino truck dealer, serving our customers in Manitoba and northwestern Ontario since 1996. With 2 locations, Winnipeg and Brandon, to serve your trucking requirements, specializing in sales, parts, service, leasing and rentals. For more information, please visit us at www.beavertrucks.com.
Little bit of a whip there from Mike Poirier on the red sled. Sailor. I can't hear you, Beausejour. You want to see some more. I think if you guys get loud, these riders might have a little more in their little bag of tricks. Well, looks like Dan Schaefer just having a quick look at the landing ramp there. That's that inflatable landing ramp we talked about earlier, and making sure everything is good. Next intermission break continues here. As we continue with our freestyle snowcross demonstration. Who wants some merch out there? Let's make some noise. Here comes Mike Poirier. Let's make some noise. Nice grab. All right. Well, as we were talking about, these riders operate on pure adrenaline. Let's make some noise. We've got some swag for you. All right, Beausejour, a little more freestyle snowcross set to come your way as our Quebec intermission break continues for FXR, proud sponsor of the 61st Canadian Powered Toboggan Championship here. All right, here we go. Who's going to make some noise here in Beausejour? I think if you guys get real loud, they're going to do the freestyle snowcross train. Here we go. Let's make some noise. Mike Poirier up first on the red sled. Nice seat grab. No-footed can for Dan Schaefer. See him spinning in the snow there to cool those machines down before their next jump. And he's spun himself into a hole. Did Mike Poirier? Come on now, Beausejour, let's hear ya. Dan Schaefer's looking for some love. Are you guys ready for another train? I can't hear you. Here we go, freestyle snowcross train set to come your way.
There's Poirier, a great rock solid, and look at that, the backflip. Whoa, ho, ho. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? That is none other than Dan Schaefer. The backflip. Whoa. You imagine that on an object that heavy, that far, and that high in the air. That is something else. Wow. Talk about a warrior. Dan Schaefer on the black sled, sponsored by FXR Racing. How about one more hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Freestyle Snowcross?
leading. 4-3-4 is Miranda Peterson in second, but once again, Dylan Fox out of Balmoral looking awful quick here in this Junior 2F 500 class. 22A now coming up to join the party. That is Colton Abraham out of Wausau challenging the 4-3-4 of Peterson in turn 3 and 4. And look at them race side by side. Miranda doing a good job holding off a charging Colton Abraham. And the 4-3-4 still has the second spot. Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota now on the inside. Goes the 22A of Colton Abraham. So the 4-3-4 of Peterson quickly drops to third. This is race number 22, the Junior 2 F500 class. White flag coming out. Dylan Fox, your leader, out of Balmoral with a huge lead. 22A is second, Colton Abraham. Third, the 4-3-4 is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster. .44X, Marley Peterson. Checkered flag, that'll do it to 23. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral takes the win on the 89 Polaris. 22A Colton Abraham on a 91 Polaris, second, third. 434 Miranda Peterson on an 89 GPR. Miranda Peterson on the 434 out of Lancaster, Minnesota takes third unofficially. Marley Peterson is out of Lancaster on a 2023 Westland chassis. And Marley Peterson will finish in the top 5 in that one. Next up, some Pro Champ racing. In fact, race 23, 24, and 25, all Pro Champ races. Race 23 coming up in the Pro Champ division. This is our Canadian Power Toboggan Championship class here today. As always, another qualifier, round 3, heat number 1 for 5 laps in race 23 for the Pro Champ 440s. And out of Beausejour riding the number 21 is Tyler Obie. The number 15 is going to be Hunter Sears out of St. Francis, Minnesota, riding a 2010 Polaris. Aboard a 2015 Hool chassis, this is Justin Peterson, the 39X out of Campbell Sport. On the other 39, this is not the 39X, but the 39 is Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Tom is from Lodi, Wisconsin. Hailing from Hartford, Wisconsin on the Arctic Cat, the one is Griffin Lepak. The 157 on our lineup sheets, I don't think is going to make it. Should be a scratch. John Henke. Matt Zelai is on the 370. That's the green sled on the outside out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba. And the 75, Calvin Cook, will start on the inside by the looks of things. Out of Dayton, Minnesota on the wall chassis. And the racing, Justin Peterson has had great starts here this weekend. That sled comes off the line like a rocket. Green flag being displayed. Peterson in the lead. Doing a real nice job on that 39X out of Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. That Hool chassis working to perfection so far. Looks like Matt Zalai off the racetrack in turn 2. Not a crash, but rode into the pits. 39X in front, the 39 second. Tom Olson, the Wall Brothers Racing entry out of Greenbush, Minnesota, currently second. Third is the number 15, that's Hunter Sears. Tyler Roby on the 21, then Calvin Cook on the 75. 98 miles per hour for your race leader, the 39X on the last lap. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, bringing that very fast 39X down the front chute, and he's going to take checkers. Second to the 39, Tom Olson, then the 15. Hunter Sears, Obi, and Calvin Cook round out the top 5 in race 23. Pro Champ 440s, that race in the books, and pretty good one it was. Justin Peterson has just been real good off the starting line the whole weekend long. Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis gets the whole shot and the win. Often super advantageous to be first to the first quarter, and he proved it there. Race 24, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 2. 24 is Jordan Sobetsky, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises in Beausejour. The 220 is G-Money, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo. The 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 91 is out of Beausejour. This is Sam Glure. The number 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola, Manitoba. And the 102, the champ in the USSA series this year, Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers 102, also sponsored by FXR. The 5 is Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. And the 16 is DJ Saluk. That is your lineup for race 24. Race 24, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 2. With a good start. That is G-Money, Gunnar Stern, the Red Bull Skidoo. Four-time TLR Cup champion and a Canadian Power Toboggan champion as well. He has done it all in this sport. Gady, then Stevenson. That is your top 3. G-Money, Gunnar Stern has a bit of heat on him. We'll see how this develops as we head on down the back straightaway. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 is third. .99 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Ooh, making things interesting in turn 3 and 4 now. Look on the outside as the Wall Brothers 102 comes outside. Gunnar Stern continues to lead. The Wall Brothers 102 to the outside again. Gady to the inside. What a battle for second and third here. White flag will be out this time around, indicating 4 laps down and 1 to go. Matt Gady battling with the 102 for second and third. Gunnar Stern doing a great job. Here comes the 102 on the outside of the back straightaway. He is going to make Stevenson work for every inch of it. Checkered flag is in the air. The winner is Gunnar Stern. Second is going to be Gady and Stevenson right there on the Wall Brothers 102. Leva followed by Sobetsky. And Dylan Barron, along with the 16 of DJ Saluk. But what a race for second and third. Certainly Gunnar Stern on the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois, dominated that one, but great racing between Gady and the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. That was fantastic. We'll bring you race 25 here momentarily. All right, race 25, Pro Champ. Here's the starting lineup. 31 is missing, we're told. Will Garceau will not make this one, so thank you very much. 54 is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the Skidoo. Riding the 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. The 11 is Fred Mankey from Lodi, Wisconsin. The 87 is Madison Phillips from Drayton. Riding the 8 out of Lockport, Travis McDonald, and the 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. That is your lineup for race 25. Scratch Will Garceau on the number 31. Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on the 2020 Polaris, starting outside here. Good to have Matt and his team here this year. Pretty tight in turn number 1 and 2. They are just flying through there and down the back straightaway now. On the move here in race 25 in turn 3 and 4. It is tight. 54 is your leader. That is Calvin Peterson. 3 wide out of turn number 2 at times. Look at the top 6 here. You could put a blanket over them. One of the closest races of the day. Well, up front now, the local boy, the number 8 of Travis McDonald out of Lockport, Manitoba. He has won a lot of Saturday and Sunday races here throughout the years. Never won the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship and is certainly looking pretty good right now in at least his heat race. Race 43 is where he's going to need to lead and win. But right now, he is lightning fast and looking good up front. Good battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, but Travis McDonald has waved goodbye in this heat race. White flag, 1 to go. Danique Lambert followed by the 54 of Peterson. That is the top 3, but McDonald seems to be getting faster each and every lap with about a half straightaway lead now for the Lockport, Manitoba native. Just about 20 miles from here. Good fishing too, yeah. Travis McDonald will take that one. Danique Lambert followed by Peterson. Whitechuck and the 233 rounds out the top 5. Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. But what a performance there by the local rider, the number 8. Travis McDonald. Super job out there in that one. McDonald sponsored by Skidoo, Serve Pro, FXR, Bennett's Marine, Ryback's Custom Machine, and Dayco. 3rd in Wausau at the ProStar Cup this year. Former go-kart racer and a former Valcourt winner. That is a Houle chassis, number 8 out of Lockport. That'll do it for a while at least for our Pro Champs. Moving now to race 26, Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. 41 is going to be Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota on a 76 Polaris. The 94 is Brian Kapp out of Rosewood, Manitoba. This is a 76 Mercury. The 509 is Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, riding a 75 John Deere. The 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. This is a 75 Arctic Cat. Looks like we're going to scratch the 15 of Sheldon Carlson from this one out of Mackinac, North Dakota. Scratch the 15. This one's scheduled now for 3 laps, so that is a change. Not 5, 3 laps for race number 26. Good job by the 509 in a great big hurry off the starting line. That is Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. 1975 John Deere. Showing the way in this 3-lap Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. Originally scheduled for 5 circuits. Now cut down to 1.5 miles. 41 is second. That is Tony Autumn out of Milton. Milton, North Dakota, located in Cavalier County in North Dakota. Not too far from Beausejour, Manitoba. The big John Deere showing the horsepower here. Autumn, second. 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. 75 Arctic Cat mounted rider. Number 94 is Brian Kep out of Rosewood, Manitoba on a 76 Mercury. Checkered flag is out, and the John Deere will take checkers in this one. Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan wins on the 75 Deere. 41 Tony Autumn. Second, the 84 third, that is Chad Bartok on a 75 Arctic Cat. And last but not least, the 94 of Brian Kep comes across the line in fourth out of Rosewood, Manitoba, a 76 Mercury. All right, we're going to take some time to clean up some bales and get on with race 27 momentarily. It'll be, well, 3 in a row. Race 27, 28, and 29 Pro Formula 500 races. So we'll bring you those lineups in just a few minutes. In the meantime, get on over to the concession area. Get yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink. Some great food available over there. And visit the Moose Den.
She ain't pretty, she just looks that way.
All right, race 27 now in staging over in turn 4, the Pro Formula 500. This will be round 5, heat 1. Of course, we started this yesterday here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships in this class. So round 5 already, heat 1. In race 27, the 34 is going to be Colton Ewalny out of Medford, Wisconsin. The 33C is Mike Schultz from Thunder Bay. Riding the 113 is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 135 is Blair McDonald from Grand Point. The 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg on the bright yellow Skidoo. The 95, Jerry LePage from Merlo, Ontario. And the 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. And here we go. Race 27 Pro Formula 500s on the racetrack. For FXR, our sponsor. Ewolney the leader, the 17. And is third on the 9. Sackvey on the number 17, second, but unable so far to catch the number 34 of Colton Ewolney out of Medford, Wisconsin. First of 3 Pro Formula 500 races coming up. Looks like your leader pulling away from the rest of the field now. The 34 of Colton Ewolney, the 17 of Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour remained second on the 1989 Polaris, but not within striking distance of the leader. Good race happening right now for 3rd and 4th place into turn number 3 and 4. 5th, 6th, and 7th. Pretty close on the racetrack as well as Ewolney takes the white flag. Sackvey, LePage and Carignan getting at it for 3rd and 4th, with LePage having the advantage right now in the 3rd spot. Checkers are out. Colton Ewolney out of Wisconsin takes the win. 2nd spot to Beausejour's Sackvey. Jared Sackvey on the 17. LePage and Carignan will be 4th. 33C of Mike Schultz out of Thunder Bay, unofficially 5th. Mike Schultz out of Thunder Bay on the 33C on a 1990 Polaris. And that'll do it for race 27 of 43. Race 28 coming up. Pro Formula 500s again. Round 5, Heat 2 for 5 laps. The 111 is Tanner Foss out of Middle River. The 580 is Caroline Allard from Roseau, Minnesota. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona. The 446, this is Mike Shackelford from Oakville, Manitoba on a 1990 Polaris. The 111 is Dave Blair from Owen Sound, Ontario, on an 89 Polaris, and Bruce Rosencheddar will be found on the 96 out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. This is a 2015 Acme chassis. And rounding out the field in the Pro Formula 500 class, the 13 is Dale Hunter out of Ontario on a 1990 Polaris. Dale Hunter a scratch from this race, we're told. Here we go, we're racing. Looks like Westland with a great start. Kendra Westland on the number 113, heading on down the back straightaway with several riders in tow. The 111 on the inside down the front straightaway is Tanner Foss out of Middle River. Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on the 1992 Polaris. Real smooth out here in this one. Race number 28 for the Pro Formula 500 class. Here comes a 4.46 in a great big hurry in third spot. Mike Shackelford out of Oakville, Manitoba, challenging for second now, giving the 111 all he can handle. And it looks like Shackelford into the second spot on the 4.46. One to go. Ooh, a little bit of contact in turns 3 and 4. Your winner is going to be Westland, second to the 111, third to Shackelford. Pretty good racing there at the close of that race in the Pro Formula 500 class. Looks like the 111, Tanner Foss, passes Shackelford back, and they are having a bit of a discussion in turn number 2. Not sure if they're exchanging pleasantries or the opposite of pleasantries, unpleasantries, or just general trash talk, maybe. Could be that too. I think it's trash talk, but a little bit of bumping going on there in the final lap. I don't know who was guilty, but can't imagine they said nice race. 29 is up, race 29, Pro Formula 500, round 5, heat number 3. Colton Abraham is out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 22A. Tom Keelback is from Beausejour on the 54. 22W, sponsored by Napa, is Warren Leba out of Bluffton. 41 is Austin Madison from Badger, Minnesota. This is a 91 Polaris. On an 89 Polaris is Kyle Omachinsky, if he's not scratched. We're going to find that out in a minute. And Cale Bellau is out of Waupun, Wisconsin on an 89 Polaris, the 34X. No, it looks like the 15 is there, Kyle Omachinsky. All right. There we go. Getting ready to go racing. Cale Bellau on the 34X with a pretty strong start. Kyle Omachinsky riding the number 15 down the back chute. Lots of traffic in turn number 3 right now, and lots of snow dust as a result. Cale Bellau on the 34X showing the way so far in round 5, heat 3 of the Pro Formula 500 class. Lots of track time for these individuals this weekend. Omachinsky on the number 15 making some moves in turn 3 and 4. And here's your new leader, Warren Leba on the 22W out of Bluffton, Alberta in the second spot. Third spot is the 22A, Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Right now it is all Kyle Omachinsky out of Beausejour on the 89 Polaris. White flag is out, 1 to go for the 22W. Warren Leba on that super trick looking sled. 22W down the front straightaway, takes the checkers. 15 second, the 22A third. Colton Abraham in the third spot. The 41 comes across. Austin Madison in fourth, but nice ride for the 22W of Warren Leba, the Napa-sponsored entry out of Bluffton, Alberta. That is a 1990 Polaris underneath all that cool-looking Napa bodywork. Race 30 coming up. Just a couple more before intermission. This is quick. We are moving right along. Race 30, Supermod 340 liquid, Superstock 440 liquid combo final for 5 laps. Cody Whitechuck is out of Beausejour on the 65. 727 is the 75 Arctic Cat. Marcus Iverson is the pilot out of Langdon, North Dakota. 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg. The 223 is Adam Braun from Winnipeg. That is an 81 Kawasaki. And Norm Chura rides the number 65 out of Enola, Manitoba. Also in this race, Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. The clock is on him right now. He's having some mechanical issues. The 478 is going to be Kevin Fleming out of Sicamous. The 20 is Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. And riding the 509 is Albert Raddy out of Prince Albert. There's the 20 of Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. Nice looking 77 Arctic Cat number 20. And Vic Mazer has joined the party out of West St. Paul, Manitoba on his 73 Polaris. Good start for the 727. Wow. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota on the Arctic Cat. Rockets off the starting line. Here they come, and they are side by side in turn number 4. It is tight, 3 wide. Vic Mazer on the 44 is third currently here. As they head down the back straightaway once again on the big half mile at the Co-op Community Complex. Race brought to you by FXR. Rider down in turn number 4. And I think we're going to get him slowed down here. Yes, we are. So we will get our safety crew over to turn number 4 and dig that sled out of the hay bales and get going with some more racing here. .727, Marcus Iverson out of Langdon, North Dakota, riding the 75 Arctic Cat through turn 1 and 2 right now. Looks like our recovery team has landed in turn 4 now, so we will assist that rider that crashed into the bales. Next up is race 31, the Outlaw 600s. Then we will go to a Quebec's intermission break once again. Safety crews working hastily over in turn 4 to repair the bales. They do a nice job, I'll tell you. So we were working on race 30 here at the Co-op Community Complex. Race 30 is your Supermod 340 liquid and Superstock 440 liquid final. See if the rider is able to continue as Riley Baker heads over to have a little discussion in turn 4. Once again, a reminder to all of our folks in trackside parking, please leave your headlights off throughout the event. We do not want to blind the drivers as they come in through the corners. We'll see if that recovery sled is actually needed in turn number 4. Outlaw 600s, you should be in staging. The first race after intermission, race 32, will be the Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint final. And a last chance qualifier for Pro Champs. Looks like that is the 44 of Vic Mazer involved in the corner, and it looks like he might try to continue here. All right, here we go. Race 30 is back and ready to refire. They will line up according to how they were in position on the previous lap. Good start to the 223. That is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg on the Kawasaki. Working well. Great racing up front. Green flag being displayed on the front chute. 44 is your leader. 727 not out of the picture. Marcus Iverson is challenging in the top 3. Excellent battle going on for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right now. And a good race for 5th, 6th, and 7th at the back of the pack as Mazer continues to lead on the number 44. White flag. 727 really giving chase on that Arctic Cat. Marcus Iverson out of Langdon. Coming to the conclusion here of race number 30 in your Supermod 340 liquid and Superstock 440 final. 44 it's going to be, the 727 and the 223 of Braun, very close. We'll get you a official finish on that one, but that one was close. Marcus Iverson and Adam Braun with a very close 2nd, 3rd place finish in race 30. Race 31 coming up next. Outlaw 600s for 5 laps. Then we'll go to a Quebec intermission break. Outlaw 600's coming up now. The 1 is Joe Schneider. The 19, Chris Plasky. Riding the 18, or driving the 18, is Tim Gebhardt. The 84 is Nathan Gebhardt. 71 and is Don Neubauer. And the 14 is Jacob Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Final race before a Quebec's intermission break. And they'll do a rolling start just like a dirt track sprint car. And they kind of resemble them as the number 1 lifts the right front ski. We are going. 71 joining the party is Donnie Neubauer out of Westboro, Wisconsin. The only driver in the field not from St. Germain, Wisconsin. Joe Schneider currently pulling away in this Outlaw 600 heat race. Battle between the 71 and the 19 on the track. Donnie Neubauer in the 71. The 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. '18 looking at the blue flag with the yellow stripe. That is the move over flag or hold your line flag. Not sure exactly how they do it. Some stock car tracks will say hold your line. Some will say move over. That flag also means there's a race in the place and you ain't in it. White flag being displayed now for the number 1, Joe Schneider. Good speed for Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. These are 600cc machines with a roll cage and a seat belts. Pipes are allowed. They make about 130 horsepower or so and run about 80 miles an hour. There it is. Your winner is Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Chris Plasky looking good on the number 19, or in the number 19. 18 coming across is Tim Gebhardt out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's intermission time. Get on over to the Moose Den, get yourself a cold one. Check out the full line of CPTC promo wear. We are going to do a Quebec's grooming break. We are now at the conclusion of race 31 of 43 on the day, so 12 more races to go following this break.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Whether investing in your child's future,
planning your dream retirement,
or saving for a vacation in between,
Access Credit Union has the right investment solution for every stage in your life. Open an investment online in minutes and get sound advice tailored to your needs.
As members ourselves, you'll feel comfort in knowing we have your best interest at heart. Access Credit Union. Invest in you.
Beaver Truck Center, Manitoba's Volvo truck and Hino truck dealer, serving our customers in Manitoba and northwestern Ontario since 1996. With 2 locations, Winnipeg and Brandon, to serve your trucking requirements, specializing in sales, parts, service, leasing and rentals. For more information, please visit us at www.beavertrucks.com.
Couple minutes from race time here at the CPTC, brought to you by FXR. We will be working on race number 32, the Junior 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint class. Race 33 will be the Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. So just a couple more minutes till we get back to racing. Here's some two-strokes running away, and we are getting ready to go here for race 32, Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint. And here's how they line up. The number 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy. Braxton is from St. Genevieve, Manitoba, and rides a 1999 Polaris. On the number 43, out of Lancaster, Minnesota, is Carson Peterson. The 53, sponsored by Gusta Sod Farms, is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. This is a Hool Racing chassis. The 916 is Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing. And the 59 is Hunter Johnson from Drayton, North Dakota. Hunter Johnson out of Drayton on a 2020 Johnson Racing chassis. Number 59. This is race 32 on your schedule of a total of 43 races here today. Oh, looks like we've got a jumper. We're going to try this one again. Looks like the 916 Harrison Lefevre turning it around here quickly out of Hibbing, Minnesota. Harrison ready to go. Next race is race 33, Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier for 5 laps. Ooh, we got a lot of them. It is unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 in the last chance qualifier. Only 3 will go to the main event. The winner of the last chance qualifier in the Pro Champ will start on the front row. The last 2, second and third, will start on the second row. So second and third place in the last chance qualifier go to the second row. The winner of the last chance qualifier goes to the front row in the final race 43 for the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Harrison Lefevre with a good, whoa, that ski way up. That left front ski way up in the air on the 916 of Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing, Minnesota, leading it now. There's the 59 of Hunter Johnson out of Drayton as they head on through turns 3 and 4. Down the front chute, this one a final for 5 laps. Harrison Lefevre, Gusta and Johnson. 43 is fourth. That's Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. And the 60 of Braxton Cassidy are your top 5 in the Junior 1 380 and Junior 2 600 sprint final. A run down the back straightaway for the 59 now. That is Hunter Johnson out of Drayton. Your leader coming through is Harrison Lefevre out of Hibbing, Minnesota. Hunter Johnson on the 59, now second, passing the 53 of Alyssa Gusta, but Gusta fighting right back on the Gusta Sod Farms 53. Great racing for second and third here as the 59 respawns back. White flag for your leader, who's going to put the 60 a lap down now. Braxton Cassidy will get lapped by Harrison Lefevre. Hunter Johnson with the second spot now with Gusta third. But the leader is Gonzo. Harrison Lefevre will win this one out of Hibbing, Minnesota, the 916. That is a Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Second spot to Johnson. And then the Gusta Sod Farms 53 of Alyssa Gusta, third. Fourth will go to the 43 of Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. And fifth will go to Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve on the 99 Polaris. Next up, Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. Well, I'll tell you a bit more about this. Of course, last chance qualifier coming up. If you're not in the top three in this next race, you are not going to the final. All right, so race 33 will be your Pro Champ 440 last chance qualifier. 21 is going to be Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. The 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises, is Jordan Sobetsky, the rookie in the division this year. The 5 is Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. The 26 from Beausejour is Quinn Whitechuck. The 370 will be Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek. The 28, Matt Gady, will be in the last chance qualifier out of New Germany. The 75 is Calvin Cook. The 11, Fred Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. The 16 is from Beausejour. This is DJ Saluk. The 87 will be Madison Phillips out of Drayton. 35, Dylan Barron out of Anola. The 91, Sam Glure. Riding the 31 will be Will Garceau. The 1 is Griffin Lepak, and the 157, I believe, could be a scratch. That is John Henke. We will determine that when they get to the line. But this is the last chance qualifier for the Pro Champ final. So we have a whole boatload of racers here. Only 3 will qualify. The winner of this race goes to the front row of the final. Second and third in this race goes to the second row of the final. So pretty important to win if you want to be on the front row. It's actually pretty important to be in the top 3 if you even want to go to the final. Because if you're fourth, well, goodbye. Goodbye, Charlie, as they say. This is a tremendously large field of sleds here for this last chance qualifier. Pro Champ 440 is getting set to go. Good start from Matt Gady on the 28. Through turn 3 and 4, they are slicing and dicing over there. Top 3 go to the final, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. 5 and the 11, second and third right now. Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta, doing a nice job in the second spot. "100 miles per hour flat. It is Gady, the 5 and the 24 now. Keep your eyes on Jordan Sobetsky. The Sobetsky Enterprises entry being challenged for third by the 11, but Sobetsky now on the outside, the 11 on the inside, 3 wide into turn 3 and 4. They are getting at it. Beausejour's Jordan Sobetsky into the second spot. Calvin Cook stopping on the inside of the front straightaway. There is action all over this racetrack. Your leader in turn number 4 and down the front straightaway. He will collect the white flag indicating 1 lap to go. Matt Gady is your leader going away. Second spot Sobetsky. Then Mankey on the 11 is third. Will Beausejour Sobetsky qualify for the final? Here's the battle right now. The 11 on the inside, dropping Sobetsky 1 spot back. Top 3 go to the final. Gady takes the checkered flag. Let's watch in turn 4 now. Mankey and Sobetsky will qualify. Whitechuck 4th, the 5 Liba 5th, but looks like Sobetsky, Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour, will go to the final. Nice job by the 24. Sobetsky Enterprises, DC Accounting, Edge Equipment, Sun and Snow, SPI Logistics, Big Smoke Barbecue, Oak Bank, Auto Body, Auto Stripe, sponsored 24. This is his first year in Pro Champ for Jordan Sobetsky, who started at age 4 across the racetrack on the Manitoba Mini Sled Racing Association ranks, and he's been racing 15 years. All right, so we are going to race 34, another race with a ton of competitors, so we'll get through this lineup real quick for you. Race 34, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid Cooled, and 440 Fan. This is the final for 5 laps. 23 will be Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. The 12, Alex Braun, is out of Altona. Tony Autumn is on the number 41. Alex Manchelenko will be on the 14. Bryce Olson on the 20. The 2 is Joel Reed out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. Riding the 65, Cody Whitechuck. The 33C, Mike Schultz, is out of Thunder Bay. The 233 is Matt Bennett. 65 is Norm Chura. The 509, Albert Ratty. And the 15 is Sheldon Carlson. Norm Chura is a scratch, we're told. And number 15. All right, so the 15, Sheldon Carlson, is out, as is Norm Chura in this Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan combined class. Lots of riders in this one, but 2 short, Norm Chura and Sheldon Carlson. Next up, the Pro Formula 3 final for race 35 of 43 on the day. All right, getting set to go racing here. Race 34. Whoop, a bobble in turn 1 and 2, but does not collect any riders, fortunately. This race brought to you by FXR, our corporate sponsor on the weekend here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships at the Co-op Community Complex. .233 is the leader. That's Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. 1977 Yamaha showing the way. Great battle now for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th developing on the racetrack. .76 miles per hour on the previous lap. The 20 In the second spot is Bryce Olson. 509 is Albert Ratty on a 75 Mercury. Some pretty cool old sleds out there right now in your Super Stock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combined race. .233 working real well. Looks like we got a mechanical over in turn 1 and 2. 509, your new leader now. That is none other than Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert. Checkered flag is on the front straightaway now here in your race 34. 509 is going to win it. That is Albert Ratty. The 20 will come home in the second spot. Bryce Olson out of Tisdale. Tough break for the 233 of Matt Bennett. The 12 comes across. That is Alex Braun. The 41, Tony Autumn out of Milton on the 77 Arctic Cat as well. That was a tough break for your race leader there in race 34. That was the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan class. Race 35 coming up next, the World Championship class at Eagle River. Up next, Pro Formula 3 final for 5 laps, and we'll go through that lineup momentarily. Race 35 up next, Pro Formula 3 final. We'll go through that lineup. Riding the Wall Brothers 102 out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. This is Blaine Stevenson at the controls. 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the Polaris. Riding the 28 is Matt Gady out of New Germany, Minnesota. The 39 is the Wall Brothers Racing entry of Tom Olson. Tom is from Lodi, Wisconsin. 157, John Hankey out of Amherst Junction, and the 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. All right, we have a couple of scratches here in race 35. 39, Tom Olson, the 220, Gunnar Stern are scratches, unfortunately. All right, so that will make for a little bit less of a field here. I think we should have 4 left. Blaine Stevenson, Calvin Cook, Matt Gady, and John Hankey should all be a part of this one. All right, Blaine Stevenson, the USSA ProStar Cup champion for points, wrapped it up yesterday here in Beausejour at CPTC. Getting set to go on the outside. Got that track packed into the front straightaway. Good start for the 28. Not so good for the 102. .75 on the inside, looking pretty quick. Calvin Cook on the 75. Right now, Matt Gady showing the way around this half-mile oval. Beautiful racetrack conditions here. Sounded like 100 miles per hour on the previous circuit. We'll confirm that for you on the next lap if we can. Gady and Calvin Cook, top 2 spots here. Hankey and Stevenson, 3rd, 4th. So far, nobody to challenge Gady. Stevenson challenging Hankey now on the inside of turn 2. Watch that race for 3rd and 4th place. It is the best race in the place right now. Gady by himself on a Sunday ride. Lane Stevenson is all over Hankey like a cheap suit, but can't make the pass. Gady takes the win. Cook, 2nd. Hankey and Stevenson in the 4th spot in your Pro Formula 3 final for 5 laps. Next up, Pro Formula 500. This is race 36. This one will be 7 laps. Okay, I have the lineup now for race 36. We'll go through it quickly. Pro Formula 500 final for 7 laps. Colton Niewolny will start out of Medford, Wisconsin on the number 34. This is a 1990 Polaris. Kendra Westland is on the 113. Tanner Foss is out of Middle River, Minnesota on the 111. The 446 is Mike Shackelford out of Oakville. The 22W is Warren Leba from Bluffton, Alberta. Out of Beausejour, Manitoba, riding a 1989 Polaris. The 17 is Jared Sackvey. The 96 is Bruce Rosentreader from Whitemouth on an Acme chassis. 22A is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 34X is Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And the 9 is Stefan Carignan on the bright yellow Skidoo. Number 9, Stefan Carignan, is on a 91 Skidoo, in fact, and he is from Winnipeg. We will see if there are any scratches when they arrive at the start-finish line. Race 36 up on the track, your Pro Formula 500 final. Race 37, if you're in the ATV class, you need to be at staging right now for your final. ATVs to staging. Then ice bikes to staging. Then Sportsman 600 to staging for your 5-lap final. That'll be race 39. Should be a good one here as we get set to go racing. The 22W, Warren Leba out of Bluffton, Alberta, with a great start on that Napa 22W. Out racing the rest of the pack to turn number 1. Here they come down the front chute. 34, Colton Niewolny making this one interesting. Rosentreader is on the 96. And he is 3rd out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. Well, the 22W with a big bobble through turn 3 and 4, but gathers it in somehow and maintains the lead. Treader dropping to the back of the pack on the Acme, number 96. Earlier, very strong. Not sure what the situation is. (22W), Newalney, Westland, Shackelford, battling with the 111 of Tanner Foss out of Middle River. Some good racing, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th here. And a battle could develop for the lead here momentarily. This one scheduled for 7 laps. (17) is Sackvey out of Beausejour. Colton Dewalney with a little more corner speed in turn 3 and 4. Closes the gap up on the leader here slightly. The Napa 22W of Leba. Westland and Shackelford, 3rd and 4th. Good run in turn 3 and 4 now. Around to take the white flag. This is going to be a race right to the finish. 1 to go. And the 34 is all over the 22W. Colton Newolney out of Medford, Wisconsin, quickly running out of time. The 22W continues to lead. That is Warren Leba out of Bluffton, Alberta on the 1990 Polaris. They're side by side. This is a close one. Leba. Warren Leba takes a narrow win. That was a good one. Leba holds off Newolney. And it looks like Westland held off Shackelford for the 3rd spot. Very close finish for 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th here in your Pro Formula 500 race number 36. 7 laps is done, and that is it. Warren Leba in the Napa, or on the Napa 22W, is your winner. Okay, we are getting lineups here quickly as the day progresses. ATV Open should be next, and it is. Race 37 of 43. Corey Johnson is on the 29. The 44 is Ethan Clark. Riding the 71 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. The 20 is Peter Friesen from Steinbach. Riding the 14 from Beausejour is Rob Clark. Also out of Beausejour is the 13 of Tyler Feeblecorn, riding a 2008 KTM. Also on a 2008 KTM to round out the field. 22 is Mike Verbrugge out of Garson. All right, race 37 about to get going in the ATV class. 5-lap final is going now. Horsepower down to the ground in turn 1 and 2. As the ATVs sort themselves out. Reminder in the pit area, the Ice Bike Open is up next. You should be in staging if you have a motocross bike. Race 39 will be the Sportsman 600 final. Race 40, the Women's Formula 500 final. So those are your next races. Be ready. Looks like the Honda up front. And that is a familiar sight for the weekend. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. 75 miles per hour here in the ATVs for the leader Gibson. (13) Feeblecorn right there. There's the number 29 and 4th, Corey Johnson out of Oakbank. This ATV final, just 5 laps. White flag will come out next time around for Gibson. And 1 to go here in the ATV Open final. Pretty close race for the number 1 spot. Here he comes on the inside now. What a battle to the inside of turn number 3 and 4. Gibson tries to close the door on the bottom and does so. And what a race to the finish. Looks like Gibson, followed by the 13 of Feeblecorn. Great battle in the ATV Open. Always great to have the ATVs as part of our Canadian Power Toboggan Championship events. And also like to have the dirt bikes here each and every year. What a great job by the 71 of Gibson out of Beausejour on that 1986 Honda. Okay, 38. We should be at 38 with the ice bike open, and we are. 5 laps is the final. Larry Lage out of Thunder Bay will get scratched on the number 10. The 866 is William Shannon out of Enola. 219, Caden Katowicz is out of Petersfield. The 489 will be Avery Carr. The 14, Ryan Rondeau out of Winnipeg. That is the 2023 Kawasaki. The 18 is Hunter Brink from Kakabeka Falls. And the 999 could be scratched as well. We're going to find out if Alex Torma, he was number 10 on our lineup sheets, but had reverted to number 999. However, we're not sure that they're even going to make it on the 999. We'll have to have a look here when they line up in race 38. Tension in the pit area, race 39, the Sportsman 600 final will be up next. Then the Women's Formula 500 final. Then the IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Cup. Then the Outlaws, then an intermission with Freestyle. Then the Pro Champ 440 final. That is the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship coming up very soon for race number 43. We're at 38 right now. And we're going racing right now. Ryan Rondeau on the Kawasaki on the number 14 to the outside of turn 1 and 2 and sweeps right around. And I think that'll be a goodbye to the rest of the field now. Ice bikes on the track for their 5-lap final, race 38. Here they come down the front chute. It is none other than Ryan Rondeau showing Carr the fast way around. 219. On the Honda, third is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba at 83 miles an hour for Ryan Rondeau on the previous lap. Wow, that's quick. Caden Katowicz doing a nice job chasing the 489 around. That is Avery Carr out of Beausejour. Good racing for second and third. In fact, real good racing. Ryan Rondeau is riding away from the rest of the field on the 14. Just spanking everybody all weekend long. And checkered flag will fly this time around. And it's going to be the 14 of Ryan Rondeau. 489 is second. That is Avery Carr. Caden Katowicz will come home third unofficially on the 219. 999. Supposed to be scratched. I don't know. Alex Torma was on the 999, and it looked like it crossed the finish line. So, hey, we got some 50-50 information, I'll bet. I am guessing Ron here has some 50-50 information from the Knights of Columbus. What do we have here? This looks pretty good. Wow. All right. All right, winning ticket number in the 50-50 if you want to get them out. 50-50 draw will come up here right away. The winning ticket number for $1,440 is 308098. 308098. You have just won $1,440. 308098. You can head on over to the beer garden if you have the lucky ticket. Thanks very much for supporting the Knights of Columbus in the 50-50 draw. Next up, we have race 39, Sportsman 600. And I got to find my lineup. It is here somewhere, I think. Okay, I got it. Thanks very much. All right. I got it. That's awesome. Race 39, Sportsman 600s. DJ Saluk, the 16, the 15, Kyle Omachinski, the 3, Scott Wagner, 23 is Will Manchelenko, the 13, John Hall out of Beausejour, 179 is Jason Mackey, 34X, Cale Bellow, and the 41 is Austin Madsen out of Badger. Lots of lineups floating around up here in the tower. We finally grabbed the right race 39. It was modified, so no worries. We are all good. Good to go forward here with race 39 and the Sportsman 600 final. This one's scheduled for 5 laps, and this is very competitive racing. Some real good riders in this one. All right, looking over at the starting line now for race 39 of the Sportsman 600 final. Good start for the 23. He has the advantage on the inside. That is the 23 of Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. Keep your eyes on that 16 of DJ Saluk, always strong in this class. In fact, most of the competitors here are extremely consistent. 16 is the leader, in fact, with the 15 second. DJ Saluk leads Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. $91 miles per hour on the previous lap in the Sportsman 600. 16, 15. Then the 3 and the 13. So the 3 is Scott Wagner out of Prada, Manitoba. Scott is third. The 13, John Hall out of Beausejour, is fourth. DJ Saluk's got this one figured out. 2000 Polaris out of Beausejour, Manitoba, in the number 1 spot currently. White flag coming out. DJ Saluk is setting a torrid pace out here. Sled is stopped in turn 4 as your leader works through turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag is flying. DJ Saluk wins it on the 16. John Holland the 13 and the 3 of Scott Wagner make up the top 3. 23 Manchelenko 4th. 34X Cale Bello out of Waupun next in line in that finish. And we will need our recovery crew over to turn 4 on the outside of 4. Pick up a mechanical issue. Number 15, Kyle Omachinsky out of Beausejour, it looks like over there. Kyle Omachinsky out of Beausejour on a 2000 Polaris stopped in turn number 4. All right, so that'll do it for race 39 in the Sportsman 600 class. All right, so race number 40 coming up will be the Women's Formula 500 final. Miranda Peterson on the 434 will be out of Lancaster, Minnesota. And Miranda Peterson has a 1989 GPR to compete with in this Women's Formula 500 final. The 580 is Caroline Allard out of Roseau, Minnesota, a 89 Polaris. Riding the 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster. The 113 is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona. The 113, Hannah Westland. Sisters, Kendra and Hannah out of Strathcona, Minnesota, both on the number 113. All right, some scratches to note in the Outlaw 600 final, but that's not till race 42. We'll tell you about that a little bit later. How about it? There's Kyle Omachinsky heading back to the pit area out of Beausejour. Good competitor, tough break in that one. Race 40 on deck, Women's Formula 500 final. Race 41 will be the IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup final. That will immediately follow this Women's Formula 500 final. After race 41, that Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup race will move to race 42, the Outlaw 600s. During the intermission next time, we will have a Quebec's intermission break, of course, groom the track and have some freestyle snowcross for you. But first, 3 more races before intermission. Then after intermission, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship with the Pro Champ 440s. Here we go. Good start for the 434. That is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Westland flying. That should be Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on the 92 Polaris, passing Miranda Peterson for the lead down the back straightaway. .580 is Caroline Allard battling with Hannah Westland on the other 113. 78 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader up front. Kendra Westland being pursued by the 434. That is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. A good race for the first and second spot down the back straightaway. Westland seems to get away at times. And at other times, Miranda Peterson seems to close the gap. Next race up, the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup. Please be ready in staging. We don't want to miss any of you. White flag for the leader, Westland. Amanda Peterson falling behind just a little bit in the second spot. 580 is Caroline Allard out of Roseau, third spot. Kendra Westland's going to take this one going away. Race 40, Women's Formula 500 final. Second to Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Caroline Allard will come home third unofficially. Caroline is out of Roseau, Minnesota on an 89 Polaris. 44X comes across the line as well. That is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Next up, the Jerry Bunkey Cup. Last year's champion, the number 5, Russ Liba. Well, Jerry Bunkey was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 1970s. Jerry Bunkey tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. And to honor the dedication, perseverance, and professionalism that Jerry displayed during his racing career, we at CPTC are pleased to present the annual Jerry Bunkey Memorial Challenge Award to the winner of today's IFS 440X race. Again, last year's winner, the 5, Russell Liba. Watch for this intense action in pursuit of this very prestigious award. #13 is going to be Dale Hunter in this one out of Ontario, a 78 Motoski. Joe Presta's on the 80 out of Ladywood. 21 is Tyler Obie from Beausejour on a 79 Skidoo. Looking for the 7 of Ryan Gibson. Doesn't look to be at the line. The 5, Russ Liba out of Warburg. Last year's champion. We're getting set to go here. IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup. All right. We are getting set to go with a very prestigious race here. Here we go. Presta and Liba first to the first corner. Joe Presta on the number 80 out of Ladywood, Manitoba leads the number 5, Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta, last year's champ. Liba goes into the bales, it looks like, after trying to go around the outside. He pops right up. That is the 5 of Russ Liba, a tough break. I don't think he went in very hard. It looked to me, if we can get a replay, that would be awesome. It looked to me like the number 5 was going around the outside of the 80 of Presta. We'll have to have a look on this cooldown.tv replay live on YouTube. All right, so Presta leads it into turn 3. That's pretty clear. The 5 goes in pretty hot. Oh, yeah, and might have clipped the rear end of the 80 and straight into the bales after that. Great camera work, Chris Seymour. They say you got to be good to be lucky and lucky to be good, huh? Well, Chris got that one perfect. Yeah, he is pretty focused cameraman. You didn't even know that was a pun, eh? Focused cameraman. So, Joe Presta on the 80, coming to the start-finish line. Ooh, okay, we can see that again on our cooldown.tv replay. These things are awful quick, these IFS 440X sleds, and approach speeds, of course, of the Pro Champs. Seen them faster at times, but Russ Liba, what's he going to do over there? Now, he's got that number 5 by the tail. Are they going to load it on the recovery sled, or are they going to try to do it again? The bales are pretty much fixed, but last year's champion would love to continue. Be interesting to see if he will. You can see a little bit of hood damage. I think that's hood damage over there. Ooh, I think they're going to load it. We will see in about 10 seconds here what they're going to do with that number 5, but that would be terrible to lose that competitor. He is one of the best out here and last year's champ, and look at that. That thing's going on the recovery sled. Too bad for the number 5 of Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. He will not repeat as champion here on his 82 moto ski, but always very competitive. He would have given Joe Presta all he could handle throughout this race. In the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup. All right, so our safety crews go to work to finish repairing the bales, and we'll have to restart this race 41. So we are on the Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup race 41 right now. Then we'll go to race 42, which are the Outlaw 600s. That's a final for 5 laps. Then a freestyle snow cross intermission break. Try to say that fast 5 times. Freestyle snowcross intermission break. We'll sweep the track during that freestyle and get ready for the race 43, the last one of the day, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, where we will claim maybe a new champ or maybe a repeat. How about a hand for him, ladies and gentlemen, Russ Liba. Tough break. What a heck of a competitor. He's very, very into this sport and does a nice job. He's been coming here for very, very many years, and he is always competitive. Sounds like we're going to do a complete restart in this 5-lap race. So race 41 on the track. Race 42 should be in staging. Those are the Outlaws. The snowmobiles with roll cages. All righty. Here they come for the IFS 440X Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup. 5 laps will be the distance. Dale Hunter on the 13, the 21. Tyler Obi out of Beausejour, and out of Ladywood, Manitoba, Joe Presta on the 80. So good start's going to be important here. Obi could have a shot at this. Not a great start. Presta did not wait one bit, and Presta is your leader. Obi in the 2nd spot, Dale Hunter 3rd. Good action up front. Just 3 sleds on the track right now, but the top 2 doing a nice job, and Tyler Obi doing all he can to try to close the gap up on the 80 of Joe Presta. 93 miles per hour on the previous lap. Obi taking a little more inside line out of turn number 4 and down the back straight, or rather front straightaway, into turn 1 and 2. Joe Presta right now looks like he's got the handle on it. Checkers are out, and that will do it. Joe Presta will pick up the very prestigious Jerry Bunkey Memorial Cup here in 2023 at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Congratulations to Joe Presta on the 80 out of Ladywood, Manitoba, riding his 1979 Skidoo to victory. Here come the Outlaws. We'll do a running start. The 1 is Joe Snyder, the 19 Chris Plasky. 18 is Tim Gebhardt, and the 14 is Jacob Gebhardt. A couple of scratches. Donnie Neubauer and Nathan Gebhardt are scratches. 71 and the 84, we're told. So just like a dirt track sprint car race, they will come through turn 4 and await the green flag with a rolling type start. And here we go. We are green. 1 and the 19 immediately get down to business. Joe Schneider and Chris Plasky of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 19 loses a bit of ground coming out of turn 2, and that enables the number 1 of Joe Schneider to drive away just a little bit. '18 on the track is Tim Gebhard, the 14 Jacob Gebhard, both of St. Germain, Wisconsin. In fact, every driver on this track right now is from St. Germain. White flag is out. One more to go for Joe Schneider. He's got this one handled. Here comes the 19 after a spin. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, over in turn 3 and 4. Nobody to challenge him as he heads down the front straightaway, and checkers are out on the Outlaw 600 class. All kinds of action for second, third, and fourth. 18, 19, and the 14, second, third, and fourth unofficially in the Outlaw 600 final for 5 laps. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to take a brief break for a Quebec's grooming break, and what we're going to do is have some freestyle snowcross to entertain you during this intermission. If you don't want to watch the freestyle snowcross, of course, the concession area still remains open, as does the Moose Den. Grab yourself an ice-cold Moosehead beer at the beer garden, and we're going to be back momentarily with some freestyle snowcross.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool.
Co-op, you're at home here.
Beaver Truck Center, Manitoba's Volvo truck and Hino truck dealer, serving our customers in Manitoba and northwestern Ontario since 1996. With 2 locations, Winnipeg and Brandon, to serve your trucking requirements. Specializing in sales, parts, service, leasing and rentals. For more information, please visit us at www.beavertrucks.com.
Nice smooth landing there for Mike Poirier.
One after another, here we go. Mike Poirier will lead this. Dan Schaefer will follow. Here's Poirier. Seat grab. Wow, great job by Dan Schaefer controlling that sled on the landing. Who wants some more? I can't hear you. All right, Dan Schaefer on the black sled, Mike Poirier on the red sled. Let's make some noise one more time. Mike Poirier will lead this train the second time around. Nice double grab, and how about that? The backflip. Beautiful job by Dan Schaefer. How about a great big hand for your freestyle snowcrossers? Great work by Dan Schaefer on the black sled, Mike Poirier on the red sled, both sponsored by FXR. And they want to salute you, Beausejour. Give them a great big hand. What a wonderful job. Oh, yeah.
Closer to the 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Riders and crews preparing over in the staging area. Just want to remind you, we are going to interview the top 3 riders following the finale. We are going to take some photographs with Daryl Gershman. We're going to spend some time doing that after the interviews, and then we will invite you down onto the racetrack after that is all done. So please stay behind the lock gate at all times until you are invited down to the front straightaway following the interviews and the pictures.
Well, what do you say, Beausejour? Are you almost ready for the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship? All right, we have 12 of the finest here with us in Beausejour in 2023, and we're going to bring them down onto the front straightaway and introduce each rider. This is going to be a good one. We'll get them all placed, and then we will talk all about who these riders are and their sponsors and send them off in a big way here in Beausejour. All right, we have Riley Baker, our official flight band, down on straightaway to introduce these fine riders for you. 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. You can see this sportsmanship being displayed down there as we get set to go with more action here. Our final race of the spring here in Beausejour, the 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. And we're going to start over to our left with our 12th qualifier on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24. This is the rookie out of Beausejour. Let's hear it for Jordan Sobetsky. And next in line on the wall chassis, all the way from Lodi, Wisconsin, put your hands together for Fred Mankey. Your next competitor from New Germany, Minnesota on a 2018 Skidoo. Put your hands together for the 28 of Matt Gady. Your next competitor comes to you from St. Francis, Minnesota on the Polaris. The number 15 is Hunter Sears. And from New London, Wisconsin on a 2020 Polaris, the 233 is Matt Bennett. And looking for his first ever Canadian Power Toboggan Championship out of Lockport, this is the number 8 of Travis McDonald. And all the way from Sorel, Tracy, Quebec on the Skidoo, let's hear it for the number 3, Danique Lambert. And a rider that has been steady all weekend long. He is from Eden, Wisconsin on the Skidoo. Let's hear it for the 54 of Calvin Peterson. And this rider is out of Lodi, Wisconsin, the team from Greenbush, Minnesota. This is the Wall Brothers Racing 39 of Tom Olson. Your next rider is the reigning USSA ProStar Cup champion. He is on the 102. The rider is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. This is the Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson. And a guy that is always rocket fast around the big half-mile oval out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. Put your hands together for G-Money, the 220 Gunner Stern. And your number 1 qualifier out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Hool chassis. This is the 39X of Justin Peterson. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is serious business we're about to watch. Put your hands together one more time, and then we are going to do the Gentlemen Start Your Engines. We are going to count down from 5. It looks like the riders are almost ready. And when we get down to 1, let us do Gentlemen Start Your Engines. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gentlemen, start your engines. Let's go racing. It's time for the 61st Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Let's go racing. Wow, what a collection of racers. 24 entrants here
Saturday morning for the Pro Champ class. And now we are down to the final 12 for the 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Brought to you by FXR. What a fantastic crowd. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting Ice Oval Racing. We want to thank everybody on our YouTube channel watching from remote areas as we get set to go with our final race of the weekend here. Don't forget, we're back in December. You can always log on to cbdcracing.com for information throughout the summer. Call on the radio. Sounds like we are good to go. Who is going to win this one? Well, very difficult to predict. 39X, Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. On the Hool chassis. Pulls up to the inside. .39 of Olsen might tuck in beside him. We're going to find out. Don't forget, second and third place in the last chance qualifiers start in the back row, or the second row. The winner will start in the front row. So that'll leave the 24 of Sobetsky and the 11 of Fred Mankey in the second row. But pretty cool for Sobetsky to get in his first Pro Champ final here in Beausejour. 39 refires. That is Tom Olsen on the Wall Brothers Racing 39. 39X on the inside is Justin Peterson. Here we go, we're racing. Heads up. Look at the traffic in turn 1 and 2 as we head down the back straightaway. They are side by side and they are flying. These riders are serious. There's the 28 up front and in command. Matt Gady, awful strong here early. We have got ourselves a whopper of a race. .220, Gunnar Stern in the second spot. All over Gady, but Gady looking pretty smooth here. Whoa, heads up. Gunnar Stern on the inside of Gady. What a race up front. Gunnar Stern, Gady, 1 and 2 on the track. .99 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Black flag is on the front straightaway, not sure for who. I think that black flag got pointed at the 28. I'm not sure. We're going to try to find out for you. Like the black flag is for Gady. 102 is third. That is Blaine Stevenson. This is something else. Wow. Black flag is still on the front chute. It is not for the 220. It is for the 28. The 102 is third. Now second, the 39X of Justin Peterson will be third. Gunnar Stern way out front in this race. Oh, Gunnar Stern has got his hand up. What an unbelievable race. The 102 now into the lead. Things are changing faster than, wow, it's unbelievable here. Cross flags being displayed. Your leader is, in fact, Blaine Stevenson. 39X of Peterson in the second spot. The 54 is third. Gunnar Stern gone from the track. Mechanical problem yesterday ended his day. He won the race but came up 5 pounds light. That awarded the win to Blaine Stevenson on the 102, who has won just a pile of races on the USSA Tour. But today it's the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, and the 102 finds himself out front. '20 champion showing the way right now on the 102 Wall Brothers Racing FXR sponsored entry. '39 in the 54, second and third. 39 is Justin Peterson, the 54 is Calvin Peterson. What a dramatic end here in the Pro Champ 440 final, and we're not done yet. '39 of Tom Olson try to chase down number 54 of Calvin Peterson. Calvin is out of Eden, Wisconsin. Justin Peterson, quite a distance back from your race leader. Danique Lambert in the 5th spot out of Sorel-Tracy, Quebec. Lots of stories to be told this weekend here at the 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. And a guy that will be able to tell lots of stories is leading this race, and on his final lap now, white flag is out for the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. What a heck of a season he has had. And how about it? Canadian Power Toboggan champion Blaine Stevenson on the 102. Second to the 39X, that is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Third will go to the 54 of Calvin Peterson. Wow, after the 220 of Gunnar Stern leads this race for almost half, pulls off with a mechanical issue, and what a great weekend of motorsports. Hang around, listen to the top 3 interviews if you like. Head on over to the Moose Den. If you like, we will let people on the track as well very, very soon, just as soon as we get all of the interviews and the photography done. Daryl Gershman is our official photographer here. So just give us a chance to get all that done, and we will invite you down trackside just as soon as we can.
You guys put on the...
Well, the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. This team comes out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Wall Brothers Racing Polaris, also sponsored by FXR, with a fantastic job. We're going to get some interviews done here on the front straightaway.
Calvin Peterson in the second spot. 16-year-old rider. How about a hand for him? Blaine Stevenson, a happy guy here after a win in the USSA ProStar Cup Tour race yesterday, sealing up the points championship. And he will take the sweetest lap in motorsports. Don't forget, we will invite everybody down to the track after. You can come down on the front straightaway, but Daryl Gershman, our track photographer, has requested we will request you down on the track when he has done all his photographs. So please hold tight at the gate while we get set to do these interviews. Great job by the Peterson team here. The 54 finishing third. 16-year-old rider also races motocross as our winner. On the victory lap here in Beausejour, the 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. What a great time this has been all weekend long. Great weather. Racetrack still looking in good shape. Wasn't too warm as we get set to go trackside here in just a couple of seconds with our interviews. The Wall Brothers 102 looking awful, awful quick throughout the season. How about a hand one more time? There's the winner. Well, Calvin Peterson is on the number 54, and great race, 16-year-old guy, and man, it's going to be tough against some of these veterans.
Yeah, it's really tough. These guys are obviously the best of the best. It's pretty tough to compete out here. But yeah, I'm just happy. I can't express how happy I am with coming off of the third place in my rookie season.
How was the racetrack out here? It looked pretty smooth.
The track is beautiful. There's a little bit of chop on the inside, but you run a lane higher than that, track's perfect. So
all right. Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Pure Technical, Tennis Associates, Woody's, Skidoo. I think that's it. My mom, my dad, my uncle, my cousin, my brother, my mom, everybody else that helps. Thank you.
All right, how about a Calvin Peterson, third in the 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. All right, now we will go to Justin Peterson. Now, not brothers, cousins, correct?
Yes. Yep.
All right, and a fantastic job for you. These sleds seem to come off the line almost better than anybody's out there. What's the secret, or are you going to give it up?
Just no real big secret. I mean, I don't know, they just work. It all works together really well.
Certainly does. Now tell us a little bit about how you got started racing way back in the day and what brought you here to Beausejour.
I don't know. We tried kitty cat racing when I was younger, and I'll give that up. And I don't know, in 2012 we decided to go F500 racing, and we got hooked. Here we are today.
Any sponsors you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Yes, absolutely. Skidoo, Stud Boy, Climb, Lot Off Septic, Premier Signs and Graphics, and Accelerated Technologies.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Justin Peterson, second. All right, well, here's the champ, ladies and gentlemen, the 102, Blaine Stevenson. I'll tell you what a season. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's definitely one that goes down in our history books. Just so competitive everywhere we went, and we had a good, reliable sled, and it was always fast. So it goes back to all the hard work at the shop. Everybody at Wall Brothers Racing puts a lot of work and effort into this. We sell what we race, so head over to wallbrothers.com, get all the race parts, or wallracing.com, get all the race parts you need. But yeah, just everybody there, Dave Dermott and Dustin, for letting me race their sleds, and we're always just so well prepared when we come to the track, and it's really their efforts. So everybody back at the shop, Jeff Dermott, or Jeff, Terry, and Jordan, Mary, Brandon, my teammate Tom for all his help and support. Everybody else that's part of this, Polaris, they've been such big supporters of us for so long, and I can't thank Tom and Ben enough, and Scott. Everybody at FXR, they got us looking great. We're not too far from headquarters, so it's great to represent them well here. Just everybody else, everybody on the team, Logan, Troy, Lisa, Mom, Alexis, my dad's somewhere around here. There he is. But yeah, just awesome. Everybody, I gotta thank the rest of our sponsors too. Walker Evans, Woody's Traction for always keeping us hooked up. 60 helmets, Power Mat Handguards, Omni Training Center, and just yeah, super pumped to be here. Super glad. Turnout was great. Everybody, hats off to everybody at CPTC. Appreciate all the fans coming out. Hope you all had a good time, and come back in December.
You're back in December. Do you make that promise?
I gotta see what Dave and Dermont say first, so we'll see.
I think you might have a chance. What do you say?
Pretty good, yeah, pretty good chance.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen, your champ, 61st running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. That is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. How about a hand for everybody down here? What a heck of an effort. We're going to do a little podium action here now, and we'll invite you down on the track when Daryl Gershman, our official photographer, is done all of his photos. So please leave the gate closed until that time. For those of you that are leaving, thank you very much. What a great crowd, very responsive. Hope you enjoyed the bikes, the ATVs, the freestyle snowcross, and everything else. It was a great weekend here in Beausejour, and we want to thank you all for that. Top three on the podium here in Beausejour. What a race. All kinds of drama all weekend long, and that is what makes this racing so interesting. There's the podium shot. Not all at once, Blaine. That's Canadian booze. Be careful. All right, everybody invited now down to the front straightaway. It says Daryl Gershman, our official photographer, so come down. Congratulate your champion, 2020 champion, Blaine Stevenson.
A year and a day later.